Uh-huh.
I only eat popcorn at the movies.
Well, I'm getting ready to watch a video.
Really? What?
Oh, just some scary movie.
Can I be the helpless victim? Okay, let's see. No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.
Dun 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 dun. Good morning. Dun dun dun. Bum 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 bum. All right, all right, all right. Dun 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 dun. Okay, we love Samantha Dragotti. Links in the description and in the chat. Hello and good morning. Happy Tuesday to this very adventurous change we are making here on this channel. Let's see how it goes. I'm very excited. I think it will go really well, but we're going to have open discussions on Tuesdays, following the podcast on Mondays. So if we have any thoughts about the podcast, we can talk about that. Then I've come up with my own topic for today as well. That isn't going to take like 4 hours to go through, but is going to allow us to have a conversation. And then of course, bring your own ideas to the class, to the class, okay? Just bring your ideas. Let's have open discussion. It will give us a chance to talk about everything and nothing, which allows us to not necessarily have to stick to the theme of the live stream. And it's for those moments where we want to derail. Okay. And then maybe eventually I do have a call-in system for my Discord. Maybe eventually we can do that. The reason I don't do call-ins to the stream anymore is because after I reached a certain level of popularity, I invited a lot of really negative people to my stream space that watch to hate watch. And I'm worried they're going to come on stream and say awful things to me, which has happened to me before on panels. Like you've seen it happen where I'll be on a panel call-in show with somebody and somebody will call in just to tell me to unalive myself. And I just don't want that to be a space for them to come in. So since I don't have anyone helping me, and no, that's not an invitation to volunteer, for people to mod my calls, because that's usually what happens. What streamers do is they're big enough, they have people mod the calls before they come on. I don't have that. So my hope is the Discord is sort of like a mini mod where would a hater pay $10 just to yell at me on stream? Maybe, but then I keep their $10. But you know, so maybe we'll do that in the future, have people be able to call in and we'll make that a thing. But for now, let's focus on my topic for today and then your guys' thoughts about anything and everything you want to bring to the table. Do mods get paid? Yeah, I don't know about other streamers. I used to pay my Discord mod, but I don't want to work with anyone like that right now. I don't even have the budget for it. So I can't even I don't have it in my budget, but I don't know about other streamers if they pay their Discord mods or not. I assume so, because it's like a full-time job. So I kind of, well, not a full-time job, but I assume so, right? I think, I don't know. Okay, let's see. Ariane Arendini, girl, welcome to memberships, girl. Can't say your name, but welcome. Happy to have you here, for real. Okay, now let's go to my topic. I have it all set up for you. Look how good I did that setup, girls. Look how good I did that setup. Okay, I love it. Top left side of the screen, you'll see a chat. Oh, wait, hold on. Chat's teaching me to say names. Thank you, Maiden. Ari Aidni. Arden. What? Ari Aidni. Arid. Is this a name that's really popular and I know it when I hear it, but I don't know it reading it? Arini. Arini. Ari Indni. Just Ari. Love it. Ari's fire. Love it. I love Ari. It is Greek. I love that even more. Man, my pronunciation though. Ooh, it's a name from Greek mythology. Okay, we love to see it. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I've got this pulled up for you guys. You should be able to see it. There's a theme going around right now. These are two different content creators talking about the same thing. This was actually posted to my Discord, and then funny enough, I had already planned to talk about this girl's TikTok that I saw. Same theme, same idea. So the tweet or the X post you'll see in the top left corner. I don't know who that is. Who's Divya Ven? I assume they're maybe a larger content creator. They've got a check mark. I don't know what that means though on X. I think anyone can have one. They wrote, being annoyed is the price you pay for community. It means having guests when you'd rather be alone. It means letting someone live with you even when they get on your nerves. It means showing up for events that you'd rather not go to. It means turning the other cheek. Then there is a TikToker, this girl here, Vilush Dollhouse, or Vilush maybe, kind of love it. She's the girl on the screen doing her mascara. She has commentary on the same thing, just a few seconds long. Let's give it a listen.
That said that annoyance is
Hold on.
there was an article that said that annoyance is the price that you pay for community. I feel like we've gotten to a point in society where we are trying our hardest not to be annoyed, not to be inconvenienced, just trying to live in our own little bubble. But what if we are paying for convenience with loneliness? There was an article that
Okay, paying for convenience with loneliness. What do we think about that? Paying for convenience with loneliness. What do y'all think about? What do you think about the topics in general? What do you think about the idea that being annoyed is the price you pay for community? Having guests over when you don't want to. What do you guys think about? Because on this channel we talk so much about community people versus nomadic people, and there's a spectrum in between, right? So there is a huge spectrum in between. I'm at the stage where in my life where I'm just definitely more nomadic. like when I was in my 20s, I had a pretty big open door policy for family and friends. Like people could just drop by my house and be like, I need a place to live for 6 months. And I'd be like, okay. Like there was just a space for me to give that to a lot of people in my life versus now I can't offer that space. One, I'm in a different country. Two, I'm married, which means like now my family is my family. Like it's now I have pulled off as I get older with my community. So let's say my community was just like my inner circle. That community looks a little different than other people. So I don't know what yours looks like, but that's one community. Then you have a work community, a neighborhood community. You have like all different kinds of communities. And then you have like my community at home in my living space, you know, where I live. What do you guys think about that? Also, I just realized, is chat not showing up on screen right now? Wait, why? Wait, is chat not showing up on screen? It's showing up. Wait. It's showing up on this one, but it's not showing up on this one. Uh-oh. We've got a tech dilemma. We've got a tech dilemma. It's okay. I had to do my OBS like reset today and some weird stuff happened. So there is a slight chance. I wonder, I don't know how to fix it and I'm too much of a boomer and I'm too afraid to risk it. I'm too afraid to risk it. We'll just have to go without, wait, but it says chat is working. That's so weird. I can see it on the model. Wait, then it's me. Hold on, I got it. It's me. I got it. My bad. I fixed it. Try again. Chat for me. Can we make chat happen for me, please? I think I fixed it. It's such a delay in the stream. No? Really? I really thought I had it there. I really thought I killed it. No, it is true. Boomer Brittany at it again. Let's go, bros. Okay, Boomer Brittany figured it out. I got it. Okay, now let me scroll up. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Chat says being in queer community has never felt annoying or inconvenient. Even as an introvert, it feels recharging. That's good to know. Having others around leads to compromises. That is true. I think that is actually true. Let's see. I find this could be true in some instances. I find myself a little put off by some obligations I have for family and friends, but I do it because I want them in my life and they do it for me. Chat says, I will say community comes at the expense of annoyance and frustration. Ideally healthy would mean these in the lesser, and the community brings in the specifics. Yeah, what do you guys think? I think that if you're a community person, you're just like kind of, I want to relate it to something like having to do the basics. Like not everybody wants to go to work every day, but you have to go to work most days. Because if you don't go to work, you don't get paid. And then you can't pay your bills, right? So like being a part of a community, I think means showing up even when you don't want to sometimes, but not all the time. So with neurodivergent, and I'm going to generalize so hard between neurodivergence and neurotypicals right now, but I don't think this is like monolithically true. Neurodivergents will talk about not needing a lot of everyday reassurance and can go months at a time without talking to their friends without it feeling like a rejection of that friendship. But we forget that it's not about us alone. Neurotypical people are community-oriented people. If the turnaround rate is a lot, then they're not going to feel the same way. So when I was a community-oriented person and I would show up every day to volunteer to do something or just to socialize at events, if you didn't show up after a few weeks, we just assumed you were gone. Like it was over because the turnaround rate in those communities were so high that we did just kind of assume that you went on to different things and you became a non-part of the community. You had to kind of show up pretty frequently to be somebody who was in the community. Like often I'll say that I'm no longer in the BDSM community, not because I don't feel attached to the bubble, because that is true, but I don't know what's going on. I'm not at the dungeons. I'm not watching BDSM content. I'm not reading the books anymore. I'm not in that particular bubble right now. So it'd be really weird for me to act like I know what's going on in the streets because I don't know what's going on. Okay. So I don't know what's going on at these dungeons. I don't know what the community is like. If I went back to my old dungeons that I used to go to all the time, they wouldn't know me. I'd just be a stranger again. They wouldn't know me. Now, there might be some regulars there that I knew back in the day, but they wouldn't really know me. And so to be a community person in that regard, I think you do have to show up. I think you can't just leave and come back and expect everyone to be excited to see you. They don't know you anymore. You know what I mean? What do you guys think? Chet says, I think it's also about boundaries as well. With better boundaries and communication, annoyance can be easily avoided. I do think with family events and things, you know, there's always those cousins who you don't really see. There's always those siblings who don't come around as often. And they're not like in the community. It's more like, oh, a surprise. Like, oh, surprise, so-and-so showed up. It's like a big deal because you're there so infrequently. So I do think like if you're local and you're not showing up, you're basically saying, I don't want to be here. Because I know with my own family, my parents live in California and their kids are all over. But for the kids that live in Cali, if you're not going home, you're basically kind of making a statement. Like if mom and dad throw a barbecue and you don't show up and you live 20 minutes away, like you're making a statement at some point. And the statement might be valid, but also you're like a part of the community, but you're estranged. You're there, but you're far. You know what I mean? And that's fascinating to me that people don't understand why that can make you feel like you're not exactly a part of the bubble. Even though you're there, you can come, we love you. If you're not showing up all the time, you're kind of missing out on inside jokes, quirks, things that happen. It's kind of like something about showing up allows you to be in on the jokes. Even on my Discord, like there's so much turnaround, but I feel like the jokes don't make sense to new people sometimes, and then we have to make new jokes for, you know, people to feel included, and the jokes come naturally, which I love, right? Like the Discord's like this third space, but it also exists because people participate. If no one's typing and everyone's just there to observe, then the space doesn't exist. But I do notice like I have to update the Discord stuff after a while because the people who used to be there aren't there anymore, which is so valid. But it means like all of those inside jokes like don't matter anymore because those people they don't exist anymore. They were just like figments of our imagination for a while. And now the new group is here and I'm always here, but not everybody who's there is always going to be there. So it becomes like a community in flux. So that's what I think of as community when it comes to showing up when you're inconvenienced is like maintaining the community. Like we all scream we want community, but how many of us are showing up? How many of us are active? How many of us are there? And in which way are we showing up? And yeah, are we there even when it's inconvenient? Not all the time. I definitely have become much more nomadic over the years, for sure. Oh my gosh, I'm so much more nomadic as I age, you know? Maida says certain social norms and rituals, small talk, are meant to make community relating more easy and convenient. Challenges come when people don't know the vernacular, if you will, of what's accepted. I agree. Yeah. Chet says me and my neurodivergent friends can go years without talking and literally come back like nothing. And neurotypical people will block me when I went MIA a lot. I will say it can go either or for me because sometimes I'm the neurodivergent person that's like, I haven't talked to you in enough time. Bye. Because like especially as I move into my life, first of all, if you're not inner circle, I'm most likely going to cut you out of my life eventually. Because like, I'm thinking about like 90 years old. So for me, unless you're inner circle, like you're temporary, which might sound really rejecting to people. But I think I mean it to say that I'm never going to be your 2 a.m. call. Which means there's a boundary in how intimate we can get, which means there's a limit to how well we can ever know each other, which means there's a limit to how vulnerable I am with you. Like I'm never going to be vulnerable with people outside of my inner circle the way I am with people inside my inner circle. Now, will I allow certain vulnerabilities with all my friends? Absolutely. Some of my friends and I have great vulnerable moments together, but it's not the same as like inner circle. It's kind of like the difference between like being on stream and then being off stream. You know how the chat, like I change the way I talk. It's because like, you know, when you have a camera on you versus when you don't, that's how inner circle feels to me. When I'm around inner circle, it feels like there's not a camera on. But when I'm around other people, it feels like there's a camera on. Does that kind of make sense? What do you guys think? Chad says, I struggle with that. Stable connections are so important, but flexibility is also a value for me. Hey, I think that is the conundrum. I think we're facing all of those things at once. We're facing like this desire for consistency, community, and structure, the three things religion offers us that atheists even agree, science agrees that we need. But then we want the flexibility to come in and out. But we forget like community is built on consistency. So how do we expect to build a community when we're inconsistent? But also here's the conundrum. What if you don't really want one? But there's someone who thinks they do. I was thinking about this in relation to babies. Stay with me here. I was thinking that I wish we would just start with not encouraging people who don't want children to have them. And then everyone who wants a baby, I bet we could find a way to really support them in that endeavor as long as it was like healthy and happy. But I think sometimes we think everyone should want what I want. Everyone should want a baby. So then the resources and the ability to be there for people who want those children aren't there because people who didn't even want those kids to begin with are the ones, you know what I mean? Like same thing with community. It's like not everybody needs community at every stage of their life, but I think we all need community at some stage in our life. Community was a beautiful thing for me in my 20s. I really, really needed it. As I get into my 30s, I'm at a stage where I don't need it right now. And I think that's really valuable. And I want to honor that. I'm in a very nomadic, like, part of my existence. But maybe in my 50s and 60s, I'll need it again. Right? And I think we should honor where we are instead of thinking we have to be community people our whole life or nomadic our whole life. For some people, that's going to be true. But for some of us, maybe we go in and out. Maybe we're switches. You know, like maybe we're switches. I think that's kind of important, right? Okay, good. Chat says, I get the camera thing so much. Okay, good. Because again, I don't want to say that we have to always show up as deeply, authentically as we would if we were in our own home. But I do think like we're authentic in different ways when we show up in different social situations, right? Chat says, how can you remain in your bubble when other bubbles are crashing and shaking yours? Bubble is just a perception. So when you say like, how do you remain in your bubble when others' bubbles are crashing? Are they shaking your sense of perception? So like in my bubble at home, the one I constructed with my partner, the one where we live at home, the one where we agree on what's real and what's not, what's reality, what's belief, what do we believe in? That can't be shaken by the state of the world or other people. It could I can only make contact with them, but it's not going to shake my perception. You know, if it does, then we'll have a bubble pop and we'll reconstruct a bubble around a new perception. But right now the bubble is made to be flexible as we like change our minds and grow older and grow in a direction. But, you know, our sense of what is real, our sense of, you know, self in this bubble, it can't be really shaken up because the world is a mess, right? Because we calculated that into our construction of the bubble. We calculated in human beings and their, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like their humanness. We calculated it in. Yeah. So we just expect it to go anyway. We're always talking about like every possibility of anything. Does that answer your question or did I misunderstand it? But we're always talking about like, what if this happens? What if this happens? What if this happens? It's like, we're just ready, you know? Chad says, was schizoid considered in your autism assessment? I don't know. Schizopale? I don't even know what that is. Schizotype? I don't know. I don't remember that. I don't know. They tested me for depression, anxiety, and autism. But I don't know if schizotypal, I don't know what that is. Was it assessed for? I don't know. They gave me 9 different tests. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't even know what that is. I'm sorry. Chet says, after my parents died, I also lost my neurotypical friends, and my neurodivergent friends are the ones who stayed. They didn't take my grief personally or make it about themselves. It's interesting. That is interesting. And I do want to say, like, ultimately, I don't think it's like neurotypical versus neurodivergent. Like, I don't think it's men versus women. I just think it's certain people in certain categories who do certain things. I've had neurodivergent friends who are the worst fucking assholes ever to fucking enter my life. And I hope I never see them again. And I've had neurotypicals who are the sweetest, most wonderful people in my life. I've also had it in reverse. I've had all kinds of people enter my life and be different kinds of ways. But I will say that generally, I tend to get along better with neurodivergent people. Generally, I tend to be more open to neurodivergent people who are specifically introspective. And typically, I get along with neurodivergent people who see their disabilities or neurodivergency or whatever they're dealing with, chronic health, whatever they're dealing with, because it's often overlapped, as things they have to work on instead of things that are the reason they get to be assholes, you know? Chat says schizoid or schizotype. What is this, typal? They said I have many traits and features of schizotypal, but I don't think I don't think you're either, especially schizoid. What's schizo? I don't know what this word is. Let me Google it because I don't know what this word is. Hold on, let's see. Hold on. My boomerness is coming out right now. Okay, let me see here. What is this? It says a schizotypal personality disorder, a mental health condition marked by consistent patterns of intense discomfort with close relationships and social interactions. If you have STPD, you may have a disordered view of reality, superstitions, and unusual behaviors. Yeah, that doesn't sound like me. Oh, here's the autism. There are many similarities between this personality disorder and ASD that many have questioned whether SPD is genetic autism. Genetic autism. This isn't the case, though. Many research studies have found definitive links between the two disorders. Yeah, I think I'm going to be so real with you. And I've been really thinking about this lately with my neurodivergency. I'm going to be real, guys. I'm pretty feeling normal. You know what I mean? Like, I think I don't know how to say this because I don't want to come off like incredibly rude or dismissive, but I take like what my doctors say pretty seriously. And I work with really educated progressive doctors. Otherwise, like, I don't talk to people. So like, I think what I'm looking for is to be the most grounded, and I want a diagnosis that makes sense. And if the diagnosis doesn't work, I want to question it, because we do live in a world where, first, you want to talk about a basis of reality. There are such things as diagnoses. These diagnoses are constructs, and the constructs are our best guess given the data we have at hand. Okay, so I work with progressive doctors that are gender inclusive, LGBT, very educated, who know that a diagnosis is sort of a descriptor of where you are in a moment and not necessarily something that's the end all be all. I also only want to work with doctors that aren't freaked out by a diagnosis. So I think as I move into my diagnoses, sometimes I do think this is why self-diagnosis can be really harmful, because sometimes people be out here self-diagnosing with very extreme disorders. And I'm like, hey, like, you might be correct, but you also could be very fucking wrong. And like, that's kind of scary for your future, but you do you, you're all going to die anyways, I guess. But I really want to encourage you to make sure that professionals that are smart are talking to you about your diagnoses. Because like, for me, that's like a pretty big diagnosis, right? Like, I feel like if that was my diagnosis, that'd be a pretty big fucking deal. Even my borderline diagnosis did not feel like a big deal to me because I got better so quick I didn't even care. But like, for some people, I just want them to be cautious with diagnosing themselves with like very big diagnoses, because you deserve to have the accurate information given to you, and you deserve, you know, if there's a misdiagnosis, to get properly diagnosed, you know? So you have to work with really good people. But I will say that yeah, sometimes, I don't know, sometimes I do get concerned with people's willingness to just like self-diagnose with really intense diagnoses. Because I'm like, why do you want that diagnosis? And if you don't want it, but you think it's true, what evidence do you have that's like medically sound? You know, I guess I get concerned, but I do think self-diagnosis is one step closer to getting properly diagnosed. I do believe that, right? I do think that getting, like, you know yourself, you know what's going on. And I think that's good. I think if you think the doctors are wrong, then there will be an answer for what you're experiencing. But I think self-diagnosis is one step to getting diagnosed, right? Yeah. Let's see. Chat says I'm getting involved in local political groups. I'm joining local democratic socialist groups in the Rotary Club. And I think it will give my community, and I think that will give me a community with like-minded folks. There you go. Hello. Let's go. All right. Now, this is an open discussion. So do you guys have any thoughts, comments? Do you have anything that you've been wanting to discuss? Anything that's on your mind today that we should ask your questions now? Ask your questions now. Chat says, did you see the situation with Volk and Cinna? No, I have no idea what any of those words mean. It's a streamer? Oh, you mean Valkyrie and you mean the girls. Yeah, I did. Yeah, with Valkyrie and who's Cinna? I don't know their nicknames. Emaru and stuff. I saw it on Philip DeFranco. Yeah, did you guys see that? It's kind of crazy, actually. Hold on. Let's totally, you guys should see this if you haven't. And also, if you guys want to send me TikToks or something to watch in the Discord, that's also can go today. We'll, you know, if you guys bring your topics and bring your ideas and, you know, it's something short, like, can you watch this TikTok and go over it? Like, I'm down. Okay. Here, let me pull this up because actually, interesting.
Awkward. Even when we landed, we got some moon
Whoa, why are you so loud, Phil? Why Phil so
like we never
loud?
heard of.
Why is Phil so loud?
James Harrison. We're talking about all that and much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news,
Look at this.
how it's being covered, and how people are reacting to it, starting with this. A whole slew of streamers have been dealing with harassment and threats and violence over the last 24 hours. And we'll start with Valkyrae, Cinna, and Emiru. Because you see, Valkyrae and Cinna, they've been doing a streaming marathon dubbed a Sisathon. And yesterday, during that, they went with Emiru to Santa Monica Pier. And as they were getting off the Ferris wheel, a man who was sitting on the ground outside the ride asked for Emmy's number.
Can I sing for a change? A change for the better, as you would say.
Okay.
And the change would be for her number.
Oh.
If you'd like it, can I get your number?
I don't have a phone. I'm sorry.
Wait, put your number in mine.
I don't know how to use a phone. I'm sorry.
Wait, so I'm gonna keep following her.
Huh?
I'm gonna keep following her.
God, another one. No! You're gonna have to get in line. There's too many stalkers.
Right, and at first, the group sort of just trying to roll with the punches, deciding to walk further down the pier to get some churros. But as they're in line, they pull out sunglasses to cover their faces.
Incognito time. Stand behind me. I don't like. I'm gonna keep following her.
But the thing is, the guy had still followed them and was watching them wait in line for churros from the other side of the pier. But the report's also saying that he had gone up to them earlier in the night to ask for a photo, so he may have potentially been following them for a while. And so you see the girls eventually start to feel more uneasy and they decide to ditch the churro line.
Maybe we should just go.
Oh. Yeah, maybe we should.
Yeah. He's getting a little closer.
And so they start walking out, but one of their friends approached him off camera and things escalate quickly from there.
Hey, excuse me.
No!
Security.
Emily, no!
Hey,
Stop!
Whoa.
Let's fucking fight right now.
What?
Get away from
Hey, what's going
Security!
He's harassing us.
on? What's going on? What's going on, man? Right now. I'll kill you right now. Fuck off. Kill you right now.
Security, please.
Right, and after he threatened to kill them, the live then cut as they continued to call for security, and Valkyrae later posted updates on the situation, writing, "We are all okay and have been with police. We decided we are done with the marathon and need time to process. Thank
Crazy.
you for all the love and support this past week. We had so much fun and hope you all enjoy." And adding, they'll postpone their other streaming plans to another time. Cinna likewise told her followers that everyone was safe, though they were rattled. And well, obviously different, it rattled a lot of people online who saw the incident as well, with a bunch of people online also calling that guy out, trying to spread his image so the authorities could identify him. Meanwhile, others just said that it was horrifying he responded this way to someone simply declining to give out their number. And then also a lot of people just noting and calling out the danger and the threats and the bullshit that female streamers generally have to put up with. Writing things like, the reason why IRL streaming is dominated by men is because it is inherently dangerous for women due to deranged stalkers and creeps. And saying anti-stalking laws need to be updated to the modern age. Every single woman creator I know has or used to have multiple stalkers, many of them dangerous. And quote, just say no, men can't handle rejection without threatening women's lives. But female streamers have it easy, right? Fuck off, genuinely disgusting behavior. You also had big creators in the space like Cutie Cinderella encouraging streamers to get security and adding. The worst part is now you go to the police and they won't do anything. You try to file a report, they tell you to do it online, you do it online and they reject it. Rinse and repeat, there's no help. It's terrifying. My heart goes out to everyone involved. And then others going further saying, this isn't just a streamer problem. It's big because we have big streamers here, but it's also an issue for all women in general. That's actually something that Valkyrae touched on herself this morning in response to people criticizing how she and the group responded to the situation. With the writing, honestly, fuck all of you for blaming our employees for, quote, not doing enough. Our team worked so hard to help us with this marathon and did their best for being put on the spot. No means no. You're not entitled to anybody. The fact that this man threatened our lives after being rejected while we were in a group, in public, and live on stream just shows the harsh reality women live in. This happens off camera to women all the time. And seeing accounts accusing my friends and I for faking this and blaming us instead of questioning the man's behavior has been embarrassing to see. I've learned it doesn't matter how much I accomplish in this industry or how much I try to gain respect. Some men will hate women women and blame women no matter the situation. And notably, this also wasn't the only major incident involving a prominent female streamer facing threats to her safety yesterday. Right, in that, because you had another creator by the name of Amaranth saying she was the target of a home invasion, writing, "I'm being robbed at gunpoint. I believe I shot one of them. They wanted crypto is what they were yelling. They pulled me out of bed," saying this was a home invasion. SWAT here now, I'm safe. But then sharing footage of what appeared to be police presence outside of her home before adding, "I'm covered in blood, but only some of it's mine. I'll update y'all later, but I'm safe now." With her also saying that she tweeted instead of calling 911 because she figured calling the cops in front of them would just be a death sentence. And then just this morning, she posted what appears to be security footage of the alleged incident, which starts with what looks like her running towards something as they follow.
Oh, right here. It's in here.
I'm still coming. Come on. Go, 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 go.
You then can't really see much, but later hear banging noises followed by the men in masks running away, with at least one seeming to say they got shot. With Amaranth writing in a caption, "3 gunmen. I'm not supposed to post the scene itself, nor the casing, which are now evidence." With her adding, "They beat me before this video and pistol whipped me. The pummeling felt like it would never end, and I protected my head by putting my arms up like I learned how to do in boxing. Blood was streaming down my head and my hands were beat brown," saying they brought duct tape and masks and were armed with handguns. With her also posting a photo of apparent bullet holes in a door, claiming they shot at her bedroom. Now with this, we've seen a lot of different reactions, some just wishing her well, others telling her to take a break from the internet. But you also saw a good number of responses of people questioning why she would tweet in that kind of situation. Though also separately, you had outlets like Forbes noting that this appears to be the latest in a series of attacks against crypto investors, with them adding, "Security experts warned that crypto investors face increasing risks due to the recent surge in Bitcoin prices." Right in this, as it's known that Amaranth is well established in the space, and she's even tweeted a screenshot of her Bitcoin and Ethereum balances a few months ago. You know, for now, that is where we are. We're gonna have to wait to see if any more information comes from the situation, if there's an investigation, arrests, any follow-ups. And of course, in the meantime, I'd love to know any and all thoughts you have on these two situations.
Crazy, right? What a fucking day to wake up to, bros. Insane. Honestly, real life streams, like walking around and streaming feels so unsafe now. I'm surprised so many people do it. But, you know, there's a part of you that thinks it's going to go great. You know, there is a part of you that thinks it's going to go great. You know, what was that girl's name? Excuse me. Hannah. The girl who said, "Let them eat cake," and everyone was really mad at her. We covered her a while back. Haley something, the white girl, not the black girl. Haley, the other Haley, Bailey. Anyways, it doesn't matter. That girl, a man had come to her very locked down apartment, and he was standing in front of her apartment camera trying to get in, and nobody was letting him in, but he was going for her apartment. And she had to like stay in her apartment and not leave. And it was like a whole thing. And I just think to myself, like, that is so scary. Like, that is so scary. And that kind of stuff, you know, is just so, I hate to say it, but like human. It's within the human's brain to justify and process like stalking. Like, do you guys know the story of Selena, like her shooter? Like, I didn't understand to the extent in which her shooter became a part of her group, which is very common as well, as like, it could be people in your life you don't even know. Like, that's what's so scary, is like, not to make people paranoid, but like the people you invite into your life could be stalking you. And that's what's kind of crazy to think about, is like, they could be like, that's why when you meet people, you don't know how they come into your life, right? You don't know why they're there, why they're at your community events. Okay, going back to our titled, the title for today, though I'm still open to any questions or discussions you guys want to have, of course, is about community. Kind of scary to think about building community when you don't know who's showing up. I remember I was part of so many communities over the years, and some communities were very like, whoever can come hang out, and some bad people would show up in every community. But you just never know, because there's no vetting process to communities. Now, I will say my time in the BDSM community had a better vetting system in a sense, because in order to socialize with one another, there was a comfortable custom of asking, can I talk to your references, your friends, people you've played with? There was a socialized normative expectation of saying, can I talk to people you've played with before? Versus in regular society, that's very like, oh, you have to talk to my friends to vet me, like what the F, which I understand as well. But that's why when we talk about community and what does it mean to have community, we could mean family and friends. We could mean neighborhood. We could mean community center. We could mean school friends. We could mean so many things. I was thinking about work and how work is where you spend half your day in community. And that community looks so different, right? It just looks so different. And so you have to be cautious and open to how much this plays a role in your everyday life, because you want to be professional at work, but also it's part of your community, you know, networking. So part of you wants to be yourself because you want to network, but then a part of you has to realize you're at work. It's a very confusing conundrum, right? Chat says a web of trust system. Yeah. Like the idea in the dungeons was to create a system of trust, reputation based. Now I'll tell you, some people got through. There was a guy at the dungeon that seemed really nice. People had a really good reputation with him. He had about, 9 or so concurrent partners that were really good in the community. We knew a lot of the women. They seemed nice or whatever, 9 or 10 or who knows how many. It doesn't matter. But I remember one day he asked me if I wanted to play. And I said, no, I don't think so. I just don't feel like there'd be a vibe there for that. And nothing came of it. Okay. Years later, he ended up going to prison because he ended up being outed as a rapist, and it was kind of a shock. Not that he had like such a great, he didn't have, you know what? He didn't even have a good or bad reputation. He had a neutral reputation. Nobody had anything bad to say about him. Everyone had okay stuff to say about him. We just didn't think much about, I never thought much about him. I just thought, oh, nice guy at the dungeon, didn't think anything of it. He never came off as anything in particular, but I never hung out with him a lot, to be fair. He was just a guy I knew there. I don't even remember his name. To be fair, I don't remember his partner's names either. I don't remember anyone's names. But it was kind of a shock still to be like, oh, like he seemed good enough, but then, so multiple women came forward. He ended up going to prison, and he was assaulting people. So community is great. Now, the community you form is going to be dependent on how well people know you. Like the reason my inner circle is the most comfortable community I have is because they basically we put it all on the table. You know what I mean? The ugly and the bad and the good. And that definitely brings controversy. We definitely bicker a lot because we're always arguing about which way our values should spin. But when it comes to outer circle or community members you see, I don't know everything about these people. I don't know everything about my friends. I don't have a lot of adult relationships where I know everything about my adult friends. Even in inner circle statuses, I don't know everything about my inner circle, but we put most of it on the table anyways. Does that kind of make sense? I don't know what everyone's doing in their day-to-day life. I don't know. But they usually feel, I think, more comfortable to say it in general than other friends. And I definitely feel more comfortable with them knowing in general. But then some people aren't, you can't trust everybody in them anyways. You don't get into inner circle, in my opinion, because you're trustworthy. Inner circle for me isn't about trust. It's about the fact that that person is somebody that I could never forget I know. Everybody else, I'll forget I knew you. And the most that in the most respectable way possible. I'm going to forget I knew you. But everybody else, I'm not going to forget I knew my inner circle. That's what inner circle means to Brittany. I don't think inner circle is about trust or how good they are. It's not that they're good people. It's that they're my people, that I notice them everywhere, that I'll never forget that I know them, that they're not people I can pretend are strangers. You know how some people can not talk to their parents because their parents are strangers to them? I could go 50 years not talking to my parents and they will never be strangers to me. Never. They will never be strangers to me. But I could still go 50 years without talking to them. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, girl? You know what I mean? Also, when I was younger, I'll tell you, maybe you guys can relate to this. When I was younger, I used to think, oh no, every new person or every person that I knew parts of me and took those parts of me with them. But now I realize you're not taking any part of me with you. I'm sharing a part of me with you. And when we no longer know each other, that's it. That's the end of it. It's not I have to get it back or you have to give it back or I have to, now it's different. I used to think that, I'm giving a part of myself to this person and now it's lost forever and I'll never get it back. There's nothing to get back. It's just a new memory is now forming in that place, But yeah, to answer Chat's question, I did see the story about the girls getting harassed. That guy was so weird though, because he looked so I don't know, basic normie. And then all of a sudden was like, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I can't believe he went straight, I'll kill you. I'm shook. I'm shook. I couldn't even imagine. Let's see. Discord chat says, I will say this. This is part of why I have strict boundaries now when it comes to letting people into my life. What information I give strangers, I don't want certain energy in my life. Amen. That's low-key a sweet way of describing inner circle. I mean, I hope so. Yeah, I think like even if I never talk to anyone in my inner circle ever again, like I'll never forget them. I'll never forget their consciousness, their spirit. Like how could I? But everybody else, yeah. One day just like I can't remember that guy's name at the dungeon, just like I can't remember his girlfriend's name, just like I can't remember certain people, I'll forget. I don't remember all the names of the people that I've dated sometimes. Like even 1 or 2 dates. Like I'm like, what was that person's name? Yeah, one day you'll just be a memory that I don't always bring to the surface, you know? Chad says, I used to think I had to lore dump on any new friend because that would be the only way they could truly know me. I love that. That is so relatable. I think that's so relatable. I used to think that if we could lore dump on each other, it meant we could be closer, but that just like wasn't true. Yeah. Chad says, I recently found out an author who wrote a spicy romance book between a KKK heir and a Mexican immigrant. Bro. No, thank you. Chet says, I used to think I was wrong for not remembering names of people I slept with, but that's okay. Now I realize I used to think as a young person, there's no way that would happen to me. I literally remember a conversation I had with an adult who was older than me. And they were like, one day you will even forget people you've had sex with. I was like, no. And they're like, yes, Brittany. I was like, no. And then I grew up and I started to forget names and I was like, oh, it happened. Yeah, I have forgotten. And it's just like, it's so human. You just, you know, when you're younger, you really just think about, you know, you just think life's going to go in a particular way or some way. I don't know. Chat says, are we still talking about the community topic? We're talking about everything. Talk to me. What do you want to talk about? We're talking about everything. This is the live stream where we get to switch between topics as much as we want. Because instead of derailing live stream where we're watching videos and we derail, this is the opportunity to do it. We'll do this as long as it makes sense. So come, bring your topics, ask your questions. What's on your mind today? What do we want to explore? Also in the Discord coming up, March 30th, Discord 101, great for new people and discussions. We're also talking about understanding of reality, personal belief, and versus knowing, inspired by the conversation we had on Friday. Thank you, Chad says, loved your last video. Thank you so much. And the positive feedback I got back was so reassuring. I just wanted to make one surviving Trump video to move us into the new year, into the next 4 years, because I think people will need it for the next 4 years. And I can now just send them that podcast because I really don't want to see people get ugly. I also realized in that podcast, I said that this next podcast will be why it's so hard to be a good person, but actually it's probably going to be the vegan video. I can't decide whichever one I get done first, but you know, I want to get that done because I have those two topics in mind, but I do think it's hard to be a good person, you know? Yeah. Oh my God. That Trump Zelensky meeting was crazy, bros. Oh, it was so crazy. I just sat there and I'm just like, bro, I hate frat boy culture. I hate bullies. They're so ugly. They're the weakest, most insecure people I've ever seen in my life. And it just felt like a frat boy bully. That's why I don't want us to become that. It's so pathetic, you know? It's so pathetic. Ugh, we cannot be that, guys. We cannot be that. Okay, Chet says, what do you think it takes to make a poly open relationship work? Currently watching my friends trad fall apart. I think it takes exactly the same thing to make open or poly work as it takes for a monogamous relationship to work. Actually being with your high compatibility partners. If you don't have that, it will implode. It will implode, or you will be forever stuck in a marriage in which you have accepted, you have settled, or it will break down over time. I don't think poly is different than monogamy. I think everyone is dating low compatibility partners. They have like 20%, 30%, 40%, and they wonder why it's not enough. You're not growing together. You're not upping that percentage. Poly and monogamy have the same chances of survival or, you know, making it work in terms of high compatibility partners. Now, whether you're monogamous or poly, what are the chances you run into your high compatibility partners in this lifetime? Now that is low. And I will give you that. Even though I think there are millions of people who fit into that categorization, what are the chances you meet them? And when you're poly, what are the chances all your other partners meet those people? I think genuinely, with peace and love, we're all these animals evolved on a planet, and all of us just see people. We want to go out, we want to have sex, we want to make babies, we want to have like a fun life. But none of us are, and maybe this is because philosophy is my special interest, none of us are being honest with the fact that all of us are coping with how unhappy we are because we don't even know what we really want. And I think when I discovered what I really wanted, like needed for my joy, it just looked different. My partner and I, we talked about it. Do we want to be monogamous or poly? And we talked about it. We went through the details. We said, what does that look like? What are the chances, right, that we find other high compatibility partners? And two, do we even want to? I don't really want to. I don't care about other people. So if you're polyamorous, you can be successful. I just think you need to date people you actually have high compatibility with and not just people who are there and available and hot. Okay. Chat says, okay, can you please explain why Christians in the US feel oppressed? I don't get it. Christians in the US feel oppressed because, one, they don't feel like the cool kids anymore. Two, it's been ingrained in them through doctrine to feel oppressed. All of Christianity is about oppression. Christians have been oppressed since day one. Oppression is Christianity. The 12 disciples oppressed, Jesus oppressed, the Christians who had to draw the fish in the sand because of the Romans oppressed. All of Christianity is oppression. They have never had a day in which they do not believe they have been and always will be oppressed because their doctrine is oppression. So it's ironic when Christians talk about oppression Olympics and talk about how like people of color communities, black communities, whatever, gay communities are all about oppression Olympics when Christians are literally gold medalists in oppression Olympics. They have been oppressed since day one. It is all about oppression. That is what their belief is. It's what we're raised in. It's how we're raised to believe ourselves. We are the odd man out. The world's always hated us. For 2,000 years, they crucified our God. They crucified Jesus. Hello? They crucified a man who just wanted to give people bread and fish. You know, that's, I think, the narrative. I really think that's what it is. I mean, but I think everyone who thinks they have a prescription of the universe wants to look at everybody else and blame them for why the world isn't quite working, right? Chet says, what do you think about staying in relationships that started off toxic and abusive but turned healthy after many years? I think it happens. I think it's possible. I think it's very unlikely. And I think because it's very unlikely, I would never recommend it. I could never in good conscience recommend anyone staying in a bad or abusive relationship in hopes that it would get better, because I think that's the number one reason why everybody's in bad relationships. I think everybody thinks it will get better. I certainly did. Especially with this like narrative I hear from people that are like, everyone's leaving relationships so easy now. No one's sticking it through the hard times. Yeah, because people don't change like that. And the chances of them changing is just going to be very, very low. You know? Chat says, can we talk about how people have become resentful of Lizzo because of her losing weight and what that says about the audience, where their resentment comes from, and like entitlement, projection, what and where? I think all people, no matter who they are, if they are the type of people that live vicariously through a celebrity, will hate the moment they change. It's not always about a difference of opinion or morals or ethics. It's about changing the narrative in which allowed them to live vicariously through them. It's not about fat people. It's not about, the fat movement or healthy at any size. It's about certain kinds of people who specifically have parasocial relationships and live vicariously through celebrities. All people feel this way. If you fall into this category, they have an obsession with a celebrity, and whatever the celebrity does, it's like a reflection of their life, or they're using that celebrity to live out their fantasy of being that person. So Lizzo can do whatever the fuck she wants, but I've seen vegans be disappointed that Lizzo's no longer vegan. I've seen fat activists be mad that Lizzo's losing weight. I've seen, skinny people argue that Lizzo's losing weight because like she knows it's better for her, which is, none of your business. I've seen all kinds of people use all kinds of people to justify their belief system. People are making a prescription and they're upset that they can't use her to make the prescription anymore. And that's just how life goes. I watched like 7 different vegan videos on why Lizzo's not a vegan anymore and why that sucks. And I'm like, who gives a fuck if vegan, like she's vegan? Like I get it though, because from their perspective, it's kind of like saying, oh, Lizzo's like anti-gay now. Because they kind of see like the eating animals as like a huge consent violation, which is valid. But I also love those videos. I do actually love those videos. They're fun to watch. I do like to see why people are no longer something. When Alex O'Connor stopped being vegan after being like a vegan debate lord, I was shook. And I did want to know why he decided not to be vegan anymore. I think his reasoning sucked, by the way. I think like inconvenience is a really weird reason. Because if you like think animals are getting their consent violated in a truly like philosophical, abhorrent way, then inconvenience is the least of your worries. But like, that's such an interesting belief system to be like, it was too inconvenient to be vegan. It was so inconvenient. I couldn't rape her, sir. Or I had to rape her. It was too inconvenient not to. It's like, you can't, you know what I'm saying? That's why veganism is so interesting to me right now, because it's challenging us to consider killing animal life as on the same level as all these other abhorrent things that are like not acceptable. And that's interesting. I think that's interesting, Yeah. Chat says, what does your inner circle mean to you? Is it the high compatibility or is it the ability to unmask? If someone broke my consent badly, I would love them, but I don't think I would consider them inner circle. Inner circle means to me that I will never forget who these people are. I will always feel connected to them. It doesn't mean they're good people. It doesn't mean they can't hurt me. It doesn't mean that we have high compatibility. It means I literally cannot erase them. It means if there was 1 billion people on the planet, their consciousness would light up bright and I would notice it. That I would notice them in a crowded room, that they would be somebody that I'm like, hey, like they can't erase the fact that we knew each other, or like we can't seem to do it. And it has to be like a sort of mutual understanding. And if I could have made a mistake maybe and had somebody who I thought was inner circle and they decided we weren't, that would be really weird, because usually it's always gone both ways. Every time it's happened, it's always felt both ways for everybody. So I haven't had it go different. But if it goes different in the future, that'd be interesting. Even my siblings who are like, I'm not talking to you right now, they always come back. Or we always know that we can't. The reason they go, I'm not talking to you anymore, is because we're inner circle. Like, only your inner circle can you say like, fuck you, I'm not talking to you anymore. 5 years later, be like, hey bro, what's up, dab? We're back to, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, I can't forget you're my little brother. I can't forget you're my family. But it's not because you're my blood relation. It's because you light up. My besties, like, there's no reality where my bestie and I aren't together. It doesn't matter. So like, it's hard for me because I think I've met so many people in my life, like I don't know anymore. Like, I don't even remember. Like, some people I don't even remember what they look like. I can't forget what my brother looks like. I'm not going to forget what they look like. But for some people, I've literally even been with intimately. I don't remember. You know what I mean? It takes me a second to remember what people look like. Do you know what I mean? I can't forget them. And they mean something special. They are special to me. They are special to us. Like, it means something, you know? Chat says, have you heard about Hassan being banned? Yeah, I did. It's a temp ban, right? I think it's a temp ban, you know? Yeah, interesting, huh? Chat says, Britt, what's your opinion on someone not wanting to date but still doing introspective work to figure out what kind of partner you want? I don't like the idea of dating in general. How do you know? Wait, so like you're saying, are you saying, what's your opinion on someone not wanting to date but still doing introspective work to figure out what kind of partner you want? Do you mean like casually dating or not dating in general? Hold on, I'm scrolling up. I missed a bunch of comments. Do you mean, because I think exploration is always good, period. Okay? Like, period. So if you're exploring and you're being introspective and you're figuring out who you are, vibes. If, sometimes you need to date to do that and sometimes you don't. I know a lot of people who have never really dated their whole life and they're very introspective people. I just don't think dating is a requirement. I just think for some people it's very helpful. Yeah. Does that make sense? Okay, Chet says, I also feel like almost every group feels some level of oppression. Men feel oppressed, women feel oppressed, non-binaries feel oppressed. Yeah, well, to be a human is to be oppressed because we are born into oppression. All of us are born into oppression. It's just different spectrums of it. All of us are born into oppression, but it's a spectrum. You can be oppressed by your own family. You can be oppressed by the system. You can be oppressed by lots of things. It's just like it's a spectrum of how you're oppressed, Chad says, have you ever had a biological experience where you were surprised you were having or thought was something you wouldn't experience? Ooh, that's a great question. Hold on. Have you ever had a biological experience where you were surprised you were having or thought it was something you wouldn't experience? Gosh, I guess I'm sure when I was younger, but I have no memory of it probably now that I can think of. I don't know. I was always pretty imaginative, so I feel like I could have remembered it. I don't know. Oh, well, no. You know what? I never thought I'd have fibromyalgia. I never thought I'd be chronically ill. I mean, to be completely honest, I never thought I'd be chronically ill, and I fucking I'm still shook every day. Though I have been doing this crazy experiment. Oh, I can't wait to talk about it during the vegan podcast. I have so many thoughts about it. I never thought I'd be chronically ill. Never. I never thought about it. Like this total chronic pain that I'm in is unlike anything I've ever experienced. It's genuinely a very unique experience to me as a person. Like, I'm shooketh. Does that answer your question? I'm shook. I'm literally shook. It's unlike anything. Like, I've never really broken a bone or anything. I've only sprained stuff, but that could be expected. I'm so surprised I never broke an arm growing up, skateboarding, jumping off ramps. I've done so many crazy shit in my life, but chronic illness keeps me shook, bro. Chad says some people would argue that LGBT people are being indoctrinated to feel oppressed and perceive themselves. I don't think that's true, but sometimes you wonder wrong. It's with peace and love in the state of this administration and the state of the global, cultural construct that is happening. How do you even entertain the idea that LGBT people are pretending to be oppressed? Like, how, with peace and love, fucking ignorant do you have to be? With peace and love. Peace and love with peace and love. It's not a joke anymore. Like, it's not even funny. Like, with peace and love, it's not even funny. It's not even a mystery. They are shoving it down our throats like a 12-inch fucking cock. And you are sitting there and still asking ourselves, do you think LGBT people pretend to be oppressed? What more do they need to do to our communities for people to see the oppression? Please tell me. Do they need to drag us through the streets by our tits? Would that be what they need to do? Because that's next, bitch. Like, with peace and love, I told myself I wouldn't get loud. I told myself I wouldn't get loud. What more? Tell me what more. Tell me what more do they need to do to our communities? Okay? What would you like to do next? What would okay. Woo! Okay, Chad says, how do you know when it's you that needs to change versus it's not your right person? Speaking on someone in their early 20s, that's a great question. Ooh, okay. The way that okay, here's how, okay, hold on. Give me a second. Oh, hello? Boop, beep, beep, boop, bop, bop. Give me a second. Okay. Uno momento, por favor. Let me see here. Dee. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at me. Absolutely fucking gorgeous. Okay. So, where was that question? How do you know it's you that needs to change versus it's not your right person, speaking of somebody in their early 20s? Okay. 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 Okay, so here's your 20s and here's the end of your life, and this is your line of growth. Okay, everybody see what I'm doing? Everybody see what I'm doing? Okay. Okay. I'll scroll back up and check comments, okay, when I'm done with this. Okay. So, throughout your life, you're going to be walking along your path. And sometimes your path will give you options to deviate in different directions, right? But ultimately, this black line is the linear point to your joy, except it's not linear, and we know that, right? Like, we know it's not linear. So as we continue down the path, maybe we go backwards, maybe we go forwards, maybe we go up, maybe we go back here, maybe we're figuring it out. When you're growing, this is the path that relates to your values and your understanding of your bubble. Okay? And all of it is leading to this end result that is like your joy. Not the end of your life, but your joy, right? The end of that journey. That's just the beginning of a new journey. Okay? So then this ends and then it continues on to the next journey, right? So this is just the first part of your life, and then you go on to the second part of your life. Okay? So when you're dating, you're really asking yourself, like, what are my values? So let's say, okay, you're dating somebody and it's going really well. And then you guys have a moment where you have to decide, hey, I actually don't want kids and you do want kids. So which one are we going to do? And it splits you apart and your values take you in a different direction. Okay. So then you decide, okay, I don't want kids. I'm going to go alone. And this person goes and their journey takes them and they have kids. So you're going along and then you meet another person and they go, hey, do you want kids or not want kids? But now you're kind of at a point in your life where you're like, actually, I think I do want kids. And you both head together in a direction where you do have kids. Okay. Hey, what if we have gay kids? Uh-oh. What if we have gay kids? Well, this person, they don't want to have gay kids with you. And this person who you might meet in the future might want to. So now you have to dump this person that though you wanted kids together, you're open to gay kids and they're not. Okay, so now you have to break up. Now you're dating somebody who wants kids and they want gay kids. Okay, that is the closest person to matching your values now. So now we're getting closer and closer to our joy that aligns with our values, and we meet people along that path that align with those values. And that leads us to realizing that every time we make a decision to go with our values, we're getting faster and faster and faster, or closer and closer to our joy. And our joy is about our values. Okay, so like all of this is a journey heading into who am I? What is my joy? What is my goal? It's not about what other people are doing. It's about what I'm doing. You know what I mean? What am I doing with my life? How am I running my life? What does my life look like? Do you want to wake up one day married to somebody who's like, I think gay kids are kind of fucked up. It's like, what? Yeah, I think they're like an evolutionary mistake. It's like, what? You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? And like, not in a philosophical sense, but I'm literally, you don't want to do that. You don't want to wake up to that person. Okay. Okay. So like, when do you know it's your right person, but you should change? Okay. So then hold on. Boomer Brittany here. Okay. There's gotta be a bigger erase tool, right? How do you what's the bigger erase tool? Help me. Brushes. Hold on. Is there like a bigger erase tool? Cause this is tiny as fuck. Okay, well, that's hardly it. What? How do I got it. Haha. Okay, I got it. Okay, now. Nope, that's not the right one. Hold on. We're going to get it again. Yep, okay. So 20s. Okay. Whoop. Okay. So now go back and ask yourself the question again in a different way. Okay. You're in my 20s, you're in your 20s, and you're moving along your life and it's going pretty good. And then you meet somebody and this person comes into your life and says, hey, I really like you. We have a lot in common. I'd really love to maybe do life with you. Do you want to do life with me? And you say, well, what does that look like? And they say, I want us to both have high power jobs. I want us to be dinks, double income, no kids. I want us to both be educated with a 4 or 6 year degree. I want us to live in Upper East Side, blah, 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 New York. I want us to be really wealthy, like 300 to 500 to 800K a year income. Do you want to do that with me? And you're 21 years old, smoking out of a bong, watching anime on the weekends and maybe even every night while you're working minimum wage. And you're like looking at this person who's like 21 and almost finishing like grad school. And you're like, wait, why do we, first of all, how'd you even meet? But second of all, okay, hold on. Do I want to do that? And now that's your decision to either realize this is also your dream. And so you hop on and you go with them, or to realize this isn't even my dream, but it does bring into question, what is my dream? Maybe your dream isn't the Upper East Side, but maybe your dream is actually something even more than watching anime and smoking out of a bong, which PS, love anime, love bongs. Love anime, love bongs. Okay. But maybe it's not the Upper East Side, but maybe it's something more. So this person came into your life to make you realize, okay, I do want something more out of life, but I don't want this dream with you. So I love you, but good luck. But man, I do want something out of life, but what is that thing that I want? And this is still all the questions you get to ask yourself. I think what people don't do is ask themselves, and they either go with the flow, okay, or they give up, basically, or they, let the bubble kind of dictate it, or they are passive in their own life. I don't want you to be passive in your own life. Discord say, would you say the black line represents the idea of being centered? No, I would just say the black line represents a very unrealistic linear line of a beginning to an end. The black line on the paint is not about being centered. It's just a line I created to say, like, we start here and we go to here. Like Brittany in her 20s is different than Brittany right now. Okay. Brittany in her 20s, different than Brittany right now. I'm just showing you like a difference of, like the different kind of variations of self you can be. Okay. Control plus on number pad. If the number pad central to just a few steps back. Oh, like an undo button. I just did Control A and then delete, and it seemed to work. And then I deleted everything, and then I can press undo and make it go back. Thank you guys. Look, my helpful tech crew in chat right now. Okay. Love that. Okay, now I'm going to scroll up in case I missed any comments in regards to this, though I'm sure we're going to derail again, so we can always come back to it. But I hope that helped. Oh my God. Okay. Let me see. What is today's drink in the comically sized jar, Brittany? It's just some jasmine tea. Give me that caffeine. Okay, let me scroll up because I feel like I missed a lot of questions. But you can ask again if I passed over your question and you notice it. Okay. Okay, let me see. Chat says, struggling to get my sex drive back after processing a lot of sexual trauma. It's been a year and it's affecting my relationship more and more. Did you go through a period of struggle after yours? No. I did the other thing. I did the over obnoxiously seeking out attention. I did the other thing. I will say for people in the category where after some trauma, sexual trauma, they withdraw and don't feel open, I would say working with a professional is very helpful. Working with your body, even doing some stuff like yoga and getting more in tune with your body, feeling safe to express yourself. I think I was resentful of the situation that I was in, and I coped by probably being like overly flirtatious and like overly unbothered when I was secretly very bothered, So I would say that the thing that I would recommend is to is to slowly get back into your body in a way that makes sense, you know? Because I don't know what will work exactly for you, but I do know it's a very common experience, right? Yeah. Let's see. Chat says, going off the dating question, others around me saying I need to date in order to find anyone. Like they don't believe that I can find someone in just passing. I do think you have to be open to dating, but it doesn't mean you have to be actively dating like it's a fucking hobby you're doing on the weekends, right? I think some people be out here dating like it's a hobby. I don't think you need to be doing that, but I do think you need to be open to dating and putting yourself in a scenario to actually socialize. I mean, the socializing can look different, right? But you can't, there's that meme on TikTok. There's that thing where it's like, sitting in my room, completely isolated for the world, expecting to meet my partner somehow, not even on online forums. If you're on the internet and you're socializing and lots of love is found over, you know, the internet. But if you're literally never talking to other people, then yeah, you're not going to find your person. But if you're living the best life you can live, and that also involves minimal socializing, I mean, that's one way to connect. That's why I say the probability of finding your high compatibility partner might be low, but it's there. And it can obviously become higher depending on how you socialize, right? Yeah. Okay, let's see. Chat says, I would be interested in a podcast or stream on sibling estrangement. You seem to have experience with that. Whoa, Brittany. You seem to have experienced it with the trust your siblings still feel as if you are inner circle. That's not my experience. Yeah, it's hard because, like, I don't want to talk about my siblings too much in detail, though I do probably overshare as it is. And I do that to give people an idea of how life can go. But I think I just radically accept that my family's on a journey, and we all are. I think we all kind of do that in a weird way. Like, even the siblings that I've tried to be like, I'm never talking to you again, I'm cutting you out, they eventually reach out. I've never had somebody, we have yet to have, in the 40 years of our family being a family, we have yet to have anybody try to leave the family and not eventually come back. We don't bother them. We don't message them. We don't harass them. They naturally always come back on their own. And I think that's a testament to how much love is there. But I think it's also a testament to how much we respect people to go on their journey and we don't bother them. And then sometimes it's a testament to how prideful we are that we don't reach out as well. It depends on the situation. But genuinely, if we have a sibling who says like, fuck you, I'm not talking to you, you guys suck, and they leave, that's valid. We probably do suck. Or maybe they suck, who knows? But yeah, like that's valid. But they always end up coming back somehow. And I think that's a big part of it, is like we give them space to feel like we suck. My parents are really good at that. Like my parents know not to bother their kids if we're being less than communicative. I think my parents also sometimes heavily rely on their kids to reach out because they also slightly refuse to face themselves and realize their kids need a distance for a reason. So it's a twofold. It's like in some ways my parents are great because they give us space and don't bother us. And then in one way, I think my parents are also sort of running away from the responsibility of realizing their kids might have a reason not to talk to them. You know, and same thing with our siblings is like sometimes I think my siblings are right not to get involved. And sometimes I think they're running away. And it just depends on the situation. But I don't think ever that my siblings or my family, I don't think we've ever been able to ever not know who the other is. Yeah. Like I couldn't even imagine it. Like there's no option. You know, there's never been an option. I should say it that way. There's just never been an option where we didn't know each other or reach out or even wish it was better. I think sometimes we're just also dealing with mental health and drama and trauma. So that plays a role into it, right? Chess says, can we hear the backstory of how you got Indiana? Ah! She's not here right now. Yes. Oh my God, I love this story. I was breaking up with a boyfriend. And I was like, it's time. I'm getting a cat. And I went to 3 shelters in Seattle looking for my companion. And I wasn't finding her. I was like, nah, it's not happening, okay? I wasn't looking for a girl cat. I was just looking for the proper connection with an animal. And I was like, it's not happening. I'm not meeting her. I don't like any of these options. We get to the 3rd animal shelter. And we get put into a room with other adults, like maybe 6 other adults. They have us sit on the floor. They put Indiana down, whose name was Confetti. She had just gotten taken off the street. She just had her kittens, and she had just had surgery. They put Indiana Jones on the floor. Okay, Confetti. Ridiculous. They put her on the floor. She looks at all of us in the room and walks right up to me and sits right in my lap. And I was like, this is the one. This is the one. And then I adopted her, and we've been together for 13 years. Well, 12. 13, 12. Something like that. A long time. No, I'm exaggerating. 11 years. She's 13, but I've had her for 11 years. That's what it is. Because I got her in like 2014-ish. I love her. She's just the greatest. That's the story. Okay. I love her. Okay, chat says, okay, you're right. Sorry. Thank you. Shout out to my LGBTs. Your suffering is real. Your oppression is real. It is real. Do you know possibly up to 50,000 U.S. Military members will have to leave? They're right now giving them a chance to voluntarily leave. Trump is kicking out trans people right now from the military that they want to serve. Right now. You know, that's just devastating. It's just a devastating reality where like these people want to serve and you're going to kick them out. And look, you might have problems with that, but there is a reason why LGBT people deserve to be in the military. Not because the military is the greatest place ever, but because they have the right to die for this stupid country if they want to, right? They have the right to be represented. It's about equality, people. It's the same reason when I was a closeted gay, I was like, well, maybe we don't need marriage. Maybe we just need civil rights. They won't give you one without the other. You deserve it all. We deserve to be treated just as normal and just as regular as everybody else. The fact that they're trying to make it that we're not is the point. Okay? It's the point. We are not other. We are the same. We are all the same. And you keep, it was like when I was explaining it to my little brother, I was like, you don't get to be a person who's anti-LGBT and then act like you get to be the cool brother. And he's like, but I am cool with the gay people. Like the gay people I'm cool with them. I was like, no. You're cool with the siblings. You're not cool with the gay part. He's like, yeah, well, the gay part's like the sin part. I was like, okay, that's the bigotry part. You don't get to have both. Okay. But people want to have both. Bigots want to have both. They want to be bigoted and cool. It's like white people. I'm sorry, Black community. I'm going to have to talk about you for a second. I try not to bring you into everything. You know what I'm saying? I try to leave you alone like you requested. And okay. But it's kind of like when a white person is like, oh, I love Black people, but like my kid's not dating a Black person. Okay, well then you're racist. Like you're bigoted. Like you can't have it both ways. It's like the white liberals. White liberals, I'm coming for you right now. It's like when you're like pro-LGBT, but not for your own children. You can't be pro this for other people's kids, but not yours. Like that's not how that works. That's bigotry. That's prejudice. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Chat says, what do you say about long-term relationships and wondering if you die, were you truly happy? What do you say about long-term relationships and wondering if you die, were you truly happy? I love the question, but I don't think I understand it. Would you mind restating it or somebody translating for me? What do you say about long-term relationships and wondering if you die, were you truly happy? Do you mean like if you're in a long-term relationship, but by the end of it, you're wondering like as you're dying, if you were ever truly happy? Is that the question? Right? Let's see. Chad says, I still want to hear your analysis of Daniel Green and Naomi King. If you have time to go through it. Who is that again? I'm sorry. I feel like you have told me about this. Who this be? Whoop, Brittany. Don't press the buttons. I'm pressing so many buttons. Oh, what is this? How many videos is it? There's so many videos. Well, there's one girl. Let's see. There's one girl. Let me see. There's one girl named Book Chats with Shelly. And Shelly says, Book Talk got it wrong. The Naomi King and Daniel Green situation, the dangers of reactive culture. There's one video. Then there's the actual Daniel Green videos, but it looks like there's a lot of them. Should we watch hers and just watch a summary? What do you guys think? Chet says, how important do you think it is to have romantic experience? I feel like I get a lot of experience from learning from other people, but I'm worried I have a little of my own. I think it really depends on the kind of person you are. Like it really, really depends on the kind of person that you are, genuinely. If you are living your life and you feel like you're getting a lot of the knowledge, that's great. I didn't. I was the kind of person who needed to date to get the knowledge. I wasn't learning enough from just reading and observing people. I needed to touch the hot stove. So if you're the kind of person who needs to touch the hot stove, touch that stove, bitch. If you're the kind of person that does not need to touch the hot stove, don't touch the hot stove, bitch. It's going to ruin your life. It depends. I'm the kind of person that I need to touch the stove and I need to touch it twice just to make sure. Not everybody is like that. Play to your strengths. We really got to play to our strengths, you know? We've really got to play to our strengths, you know? Okay, let me see. Blah, 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 blah. I feel like I probably missed like a lot of the questions you might have left me, guys. Sorry. Let's see. What do you think about the mindset respect is earned, not given? People say it's a red flag when men say that. I personally think there's a baseline of respect you give anybody and wait for reciprocation. I think respect is micro and macro. On the macro, respect is given without being earned. And on the micro, it's only given when earned. So respect on the macro means like generally everyday life. We respect our neighbors, we respect strangers, we're respectable people. That's automatic. To have a civil society, to have a good society, civil sounds like a dog whistle. I don't mean it in that way. To have a good society, to have a thoughtful, compassionate society, we must live our life respectably by being dignified. On the micro, it is earned. So, you know, that's one-to-one. That's when conflict arises. That's when there's interpersonal dynamic. That's when there's like a, you know, even like a parent and a child, there should be a respect that's given both ways in a symbiotic way. But as the child grows older, I think there is sort of an earned respect from both parties. Like just because you're my parent doesn't mean I have to respect you. But as a human being, as a dignified consciousness, I would like to respect all, like human life, like respecting animals, respecting human life. Like, yeah, there's like a baseline respect, but then there's a micro that changes everything. And that's that one-to-one. That's that individualistic. That's the specific, you know? And then in that case, girl, it's earned. But I always respect the dignity of people and living life and objects. Like even when I was younger, my parents would say, respect your objects, you know, respect the things you paid for. That's like you're showing dignity to them. You're giving dignity, you know, but I don't think you want to be undignified to anybody. I think there's like, okay. One time I had a fight with somebody in my inner circle and they said, I only want you in my life if you respect me. And I said, do you mean respect your like dignity of life or do you mean respect your decisions? And they said, respect my decisions. And I said, ain't gonna happen, girl. Hell gonna freeze over, ain't gonna respect nothing. And they said, are you serious? I said, I'm dead serious. I said, you're crazy if you think I'm going to respect your decisions. And they said, I think that's crazy that you'd be willing to be in my life and you don't respect my decisions. And I was like, yeah, a lot of y'all, I don't respect your decisions. I don't respect your beliefs. I don't respect your bigotry. I don't respect your beliefs. I don't respect the way you treat people. And they were like, what? And I was like, I respect you as a person, as a consciousness, your dignity, as a human, as a living being. But I do not respect your decisions. Like, no. And they were pretty fucking mad. You know, and yeah, like there's a reason I don't talk to a few people in my life. It's all men, all the men who are upset that I don't respect their decisions. They want their cake and they want to eat it too. You can't be that kind of a person. And you know what I mean? No, I love you though. Thinking about you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're exercising, staying fit. But no, if you need to stay in my life, knowing that I have to respect all your bad decisions? Absolutely not. With peace and love. Okay, with peace and love. Chet says, I've been thinking about your comments about slang, especially with Hassan's ban, but I work with high schoolers and I feel like slang is a form of harm reduction when considering communication education. It's not black and white. Like I said before, slang is beautiful. I love slang. I use it all the time. Teenagers especially should be utilizing slang. Slang can harm reduce. It doesn't always harm reduce. Hey, bro, I got to tell you something. What's up? I was raped and I really need to tell somebody. Bro, for real crazy, bro. That's wild, bro. Bummer, dude. Bummer, dude. Like, not the proper response. You know, it's like when people come to you with serious issues, maybe your bubble is only limited by like very kidding language with very relaxed language. But I think certain situations are allowed to garner a certain respectability or like language difference. Slang, from my understanding of the way slang is globally, slang is a different way to say the same thing in a different way. Usually a way that's in group, inside joke, way, a way that is separate from the norm, and a way that is also relaxed and kind of memey. I think we're like heading into an arena on the internet where slang is memey. It's diluting. There's an argumentation by political activists that we should not meme Trump. I think that's the wrong way to see it. But I can see why they think that. I think political memeing is necessary, but I also think there's an appropriate way to respond to serious situations in which slang in the form of memeing doesn't need to happen, But I think it's kind of funny, like sometimes I'll see these memes that are like, bro just told me something deep and dark, sends him a meme to respond. I'm with you, bro. It's like, yeah, that's funny, but it's sure not breaking any generational curses. It's funny, and I'm glad you're there for your boys, but you're certainly not breaking any generational curses of men not having more clear, open, and vulnerable conversations when you hide away with your slang and your memes, So I think there's a way that language is beautiful, and I want you to keep using slang. I just think there are times when we can step up and be very clear about how we feel and be very open and vulnerable with the language we're using. I think it's a stepping stone, though. I think people learn over time. So maybe your first mode of vulnerability is going to show up in a meme. Sorry, bro. I feel like Vegeta when he had to destroy himself in order to destroy Boo. Hashtag good dad moves, And it's like, okay. But then maybe it graduates to, hey, bro, if you need someone to talk to, I go to a support group. And then it graduates to, hey, I have this great therapist, one-on-one, might help you. And, oh, hey, I've been going to therapy for 6 months. That's really been helpful, right? There's a stepping stone to how language allows for vulnerability and for in-group and for all the good things, right? Love slang. I just think, I think there are better ways. And I also think edginess plays a role. It's going to be hard for me to stop being so edgy on the internet. And I am in that group. I'm not Rhett and Link where I don't lack edginess. Or, Rhett and Link lack edginess. That's why they're wholesome and more accepted, right? And the way that they appear, which is great. I don't have that. I'm an edgy little bitch. So I'm not so edgy, but I'm in the middle. So I need to edge away from that edginess because I do think it's inappropriate for the direction I want to go in as I age. And I think streamer language gets us in more trouble than we need. Hassan getting banned should be a wake-up call to him in some ways. We have got to stop saying things that get us banned. Because at the end of the day, it is better for Hassan to exist on these platforms, sending out his message, than to get kicked off because he was trying to be an edgelord. And I think that's really the consequence we're facing is like, there are moments to protest and there are moments to stand up for what's right. But the reason he got banned over this weekend about the Florida guy and what he said, that's not standing up for marginalized communities. That's just being an edgelord. Right? Like edgelordiness is not a dignified reason to get kicked off a platform. That's just stupid. If you're serious about your activism, you will get kicked off a platform when you stand up for marginalized communities in a real way, not because you were being an edgelord, Yeah. And he's only temporarily banned. He'll be back. Chat says, how long does it take for therapy to make a difference? Not DBT, CBT, but talk therapy. I don't know. Talk therapy didn't work for me. I did 6 sessions of talk therapy. It did not work for me. I did within my first 3 sessions of DBT, I saw a difference in my life. I don't know. Everyone is different. No therapy works the same for everybody. I don't know. But when I did talk therapy for, like I said, I think it's my autism that makes me like focus in on numbers. I don't even know if they're really accurate, but I did about 6 sessions with this lady and it was not helpful at all. Just not fucking helpful. Hated it. I was like, this cannot be helpful. This is not helping me. And then like I said, I went into DBT right after and it was fucking awesome. So I don't know. For a lot of the people that I talk to who are on talk therapy, they're in therapy a lot longer than my DBT friends. I've noticed my DBT friends are in therapy for like a year or 2. And then I noticed my talk therapy friends can be in therapy up to 5 years. Take that with a grain of salt. It's anecdotal, but you know what I mean? So, yeah. Chat says, I'm still ruminating on your Dress Your Age video, and today I dressed sort of corporate goth instead of chill, and the vibes are powerful. Ooh, I fucking love that. Ooh, does that make you feel good? Don't you feel like a fucking, doesn't that feel good, bros? I love that. That's what I'm saying. It's powerful. There's a power to it. You're showing up. And by the way, Zelensky looked powerful AF in his little REI getup, bro. Everyone's like, oh, Zelensky, do you want a suit? Bro, I can fucking choke you in your own suit, bro. It's so stupid nerdy. Suits not always good. Sometimes suits be stupid. Sometimes suits be sexy. But Zelensky, he pull off that little REI, like he walk in like a soldier ready to pound you to the ground. You know what I mean? Like Zelensky got that aesthetic. I like Zelensky's aesthetic, okay? So he got that little, you want to see a little fun wrestling move aesthetic? I like it. Now, nothing to say about him as a person. I don't know anything about him. But also, the way they try to bully him, like, do you even own a suit? Okay, bro, how much you pay for your suit? Like $200? Sit down. Sit down, bro. Why are you even here, bro? You look sweaty AF. See how I become a bully around bullies, bro? Okay? Don't. Don't even come at me, bro. Discord, I respect this. Discord said I need to correct the record because I was just reminded. I said on here that anime never really made me cry, but I forgot about the Vegeta moment. Every time, bro. Every time. I finally finished JJK season 2, bros. We finally did it. My partner and I finally sat down. We finished JJK season 2. And honestly, I was being very toxic masculinity and I refused to cry. But if he wasn't there, I would have cried. If he wasn't there, I would have cried. What a season. I avoided spoilers. I did so good. Just finished season 2 of JJK. Finally. That's how behind on anime I was. And we just continued watching Dr. Stone. So I'm going to catch up on that too. Did I watch the JJK movie? I've seen that twice. I actually got to see it in theaters, which was very cool. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, oh, yeah, I loved it. I love JJK though. It really hits good, you know? Yeah. Chad says, did you already talk about what happened with the girls, the streamer girls? Yeah, we actually just watched Philip DeFranco cover it earlier in stream. Who's your favorite JJK student? Toto. Well, he's the first year. Is he even a student? Was he a student when we first met him? I don't think so, actually. Was Toto a student in season? He was a student in season 1, wasn't he? I love him. I love them all, though. I have a soft spot for everybody. I do. I'm very sensitive. Yeah, he's the student at the sister school. Okay. I'm very sensitive. But when he showed up in season 2 finally, because I was literally, my partner and I were like, where's Toto this season? I was like, where the fuck is he? And then he showed up and I was like, guys, can I just say something? Okay, spoilers for the next 30 seconds of JJK season 2. The fight with Saikuna and the lava guy, as it's happening, and then that's his name, right? And then I'm very bad with names. And then the other two, Panda and what's his name, are trying to get away. And then they start to run away, and then he shows up and they freeze. I screamed. They got me. I literally went, and I was like, oh, and I was like, I wasn't ready. My whole body, I cramped. I think my butt got a cramp. I think I was literally cramping. Yeah, Jogo. I literally cramped. I was like, I'm gonna. I was dead. That was so fucking, that was great. And then he was like, you know, he's like, nobody move. And I was like, he did. I froze. I love it. Ugh, it made me sweat. I was so excited. I really love anime. Oh, I really love anime. Whew, that's what we should be doing. We should just be watching big anime parties. Oh, JJK though, it does actually really make me emotional because I think it's like so similar to how humans work, period. And I just think it's so human. Like most anime is really good at telling like very basic human stories. I think that's why it really gets to me because it's just like so human, all of it, you know? Oh man. Ooh, I was crying. I was crying, you know? Oh, it was good though. It was good. Okay. Did I miss any other questions? Should we watch a little breakdown of this? What's this? Book talkers got wrong. The Naomi King and Daniel Green situation and the dangers of reactive culture. Does that sound like a good video? That sounds interesting. What do you think? Chat says, okay, but the problem there is being language appropriate, not slang itself. I think you could use slang, but understand when to have a more appropriate language depending on the setting. But isn't that kind of the same thing? Like slang is the language of the youth and the marginalized, right? Slang is used by the oppressed and the youth. That's who slang is for, right? Traditionally, it's used to be a secretive language between people who understand one another, or non-secretive language, away from the aristocrats, away from those others. Like, and then of course, language is used to demoralize people. So then people with like, quote, proper English or proper language, which by the way, none of us are fucking using, would be like, oh, we're better than you because we use proper English. But all of that stuff is sort of a facade, right? Like all of that is sort of not even real in of itself. No one is actually speaking proper English. So it feels kind of like silly. I just think that better sentence structures can lend itself to being more compassionate. I'm not asking people to speak like proper English. I'm asking people to speak in a way that is whole and compassionate and like really says, I see you, you know? I think, yeah, because when I think of slang, I think of ways to use language to quickly explain something in a way that isn't meant to be as serious necessarily. Because like language can be different. What does slang look like in Croatia? Okay, I'm so glad you asked me that, because though my answer is not going to be complete, when I was learning, you know, because my partner teaches me language here and there, he goes, wait, don't learn that. That's slang. If you learn that, it's going to get confusing because that's for this area and that's not going to make sense. And I was like, okay, but then the Croatian language itself changes every town. So Croatian is a language. There's basic Croatian, like the Croatian you might hear on the news. And then there's Croatian that changes via dialect with every city because it's influenced. So if you're, you know, from my understanding of even expats who live here, they've been here 25 years and never learned the language because it is that hard to pick which version of Croatian you're learning. My partner's just going to teach me basic news Croatian, but there are Croatians who can't understand each other exactly because the dialects are just a little different. But then on top of that, there's slang. So there's location, dialect, slang, okay? And so that's what slang is. It's another way to speak, but it's for the people in the inn. So if we use our slang with people who aren't in the inn, then there might be a discrepancy in communication, right? Chat says, if you learn basic Croatian, could you get by in most places? From my understanding, yes-ish. I might have trouble understanding people and they might have trouble understanding me, but it will work basically. Like they might say things a little differently. Like they might, like even the way they say yes or no can sound slightly different in other places. So I have to think about it in that way where I have to like maybe nod, like use my physical body language to also communicate, right? I think that's from my understanding. Chat says, I just Googled and Croatia is about the size of West Virginia, but smaller and has less than 4 million people that live here. Yes, very tiny. Very, very tiny. Very tiny. But yeah, very diverse with like all the little pockets, you know? Oh, Naomi King goes by they, them. Naomi King. Who is that? Okay, that is the AFAB person, it looks like, maybe, or Naomi King is the secondary person in this issue with Daniel Green. Is that correct? Naomi King and Daniel Green. Okay. Yeah, let's watch a breakdown. I'm kind of curious about it. And then we can have open discussion about anything. But I'm kind of curious about this issue. Should I go straight to the source? No, I feel like I should watch a summary of the video. Naomi King has more allegations against Daniel Green. My apology to Daniel Green. Why apology to Daniel? Daniel Green, I'm sorry. Why did they get something wrong? I'm not sure what's happening here.
See, BookTube.
Excuse me. Give me a second to pull you up. Who is this human? Oh, hold on. Why is my box so big? Hold on. Now I kind of want to know. Is this a good view? I feel like this is a good YouTuber maybe to check out. Why is the window so bad? Hold on, guys. Sorry. My boomerness.
I didn't want to talk about this because this is too much, but I absolutely cannot believe we've come to this point. Now, for those of you who might not be aware, there has been some chaos, and I mean absolute chaos happening in the BookTube community within recent weeks. And you see, I thought that this level of chaos was reserved for Book Talk and Book Twitter. I came to BookTube for peace, which is why you might have noticed that I have not been reporting on too much drama on this channel in my recent videos, because I just want commentaries, reviews, I want peace. But this chaos, I cannot believe this is what we've come to. Now, for those of you who've clicked on this title because you've recognized some of these names, I don't know if you've become aware of the situation happening, but let me just give a brief overview, okay? You have Naomi King, okay? You have Daniel Green. You have someone who accused someone of sexual assault, which is a very, very serious allegation. And we need to acknowledge the fact that discussions around sexual assault, they are very, very serious, and they should be handled with like care, truly. Like, it needs to be handled responsibly, which is why when the entire situation broke out, I did not say a damn word. Okay, I did not speak. But that's not the only reason I did not speak. I did not speak because I do not like to be reactionary. Okay, I think you guys know from my past videos, especially because I've been doing lots of literary commentary, that I do a lot of research when I'm about to speak on a topic. I like to know what's going on and then speak on it. Now, if I feel like a topic is really, really important and I need to speak on it immediately, if I have to, I will stay up all night. I will put in the work and I will make sure I understand the issue before I speak on it, without simply being reactionary, without simply speaking, without simply criticizing based on emotions, based on hearsay, if anything. Now, for those of you who are like just catching up, yes. So Naomi King, she made a video.
I think they're they, them, but okay.
Accusing someone of sexual assault. And then she made a second video naming Daniel Green. Daniel Green then came with a response video, a very, very short one initially, saying, it's all lies. Like, absolutely not. And then he made another video and another. And then after that, Naomi King took down her previous two videos and then put a video basically saying that it was all a lie, essentially. Okay, that's basically a summary of what happened. But in the middle of all of this, after Naomi King's second video, you had an influx of creators, large creators as well, within the BookTube community and also in other communities, making videos disavowing Daniel Green, saying, oh my goodness, this is so horrible. We stand with Naomi King. And Daniel, though I respected him, though I looked up to him, though I this and that, I'm disavowing him. I am not associating with him. You know, we do not stand for sexual assault. We do not stand with any of this. We support you, Naomi King. Now, this is what I mean. The discussions around sexual assault are very, 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 very nuanced, okay? And they're very important to have. And the thing is, with this entire situation, I am one of the people who watched
This is the
Naomi's video. And when I tell you guys, because obviously the video is now down, so you probably, if you haven't seen it already, you will not get a chance to see it. I was one of the people who saw the video and I was absolutely heartbroken because it was horrible. It was tough. But you see, after watching the video, what I did not do was respond, okay? Because I understand that there are two sides to every story.
Okay, hold on. I don't know where this person's getting these videos, but apparently these videos are private now.
This is
Naomi.
5th time I have tried recording an apology video. And there is no way to get it right. I am so sorry to every survivor that I have hurt in doing this. That was not my intent. And it breaks my heart how many people I have hurt. I have been reading your comments, and I am devastated by what I have done. This is not normal behavior. This is not okay, and I am checking myself. Part 2 was taken down by YouTube. It got flagged for sexual content. I'm not the one who took it down. I'm not trying to hide things. I'm not trying to pretend it didn't happen. And I already know that a bunch of you have downloaded it, so I'm not trying to hide. I am so sorry to every survivor that I have hurt in this. I am also, horrifically sorry. I want to apologize to Kayla so much. And Daniel, I am devastated by how many people I have hurt. I never said that I said no. I never said that I fought him off. I never said that I said stop. I never said that he raped me. And now I have hurt thousands of people.
What?
I have become that person that has set survivors back. And that revolts me. And I hate it. To every sexual assault survivor who watched my first video and felt something and related and then watched part 2 and felt completely betrayed, that also breaks my heart. Everyone's, experience of trauma is different, and I know that
I'm very disconnected from this story, so I don't know what's happening. I don't know what feelings to have. I feel nothing. I feel very confused. I feel very lost. So I don't know what to say yet.
So many people, I let you down. And I'm not okay with that. And I hurt so many people. It was not my intent. I genuinely thought I was doing something good. I thought I was protecting people, but clearly I was not. I am not okay with my behavior. It's really gross. I agree with your comments, and I am going to take a step back and reflect. I don't like this version of me, so I'm going to put an end to this. I'm going to acknowledge my faults. I stand by my trauma, but I do not stand by my behavior. I am so sorry. I apologize. I genuinely don't know what I was thinking. I don't want to blame mental illness. I don't like this behavior, and I'm going to make it stop. And I am so sorry for all of the hurt that I have caused. I thought I was doing the right thing. Clearly I was wrong. And I am deeply ashamed of how I have been behaving.
Okay, hold on. What? What is this story? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna figure this out because now I'm confused.
Hey guys, it is 8 in the morning and I touched up my roots yesterday, so I got splotches of dye in my face, but that's fine. I was just ruminating in the shower. And I just wanted to have a little talk, a discussion. I was just gonna do this on Instagram, but I wanna hear from more people, so I figured I would make an actual video and ask YouTube as well. I genuinely feel like manipulation and intent and all that should be included in the conversation of assault. For example, about 2 months ago, I had a friend turn out to not be a friend because he did shit I didn't want, he coerced me, all that. He basically went home and then was like, "You bring out the worst of me," and then blocked me and hasn't spoken to me since. And on one hand, there was a part of me that was like, well, that was assault, but there was another part of me that was like, you didn't fucking fight back, so, and I was basically this man's therapist for 3 fucking years. And as I slowly unraveled his story and figured it out and kind of figured out why he does what he does, You know, it was all like a revelation to him, and now he's in therapy, blah, blah, blah. I recently got in contact with somebody he assaulted 7 years ago. And as she and I have been talking, it has become blatantly clear that none of what I figured out was a revelation. This man has been doing the same things, he has been using the same excuses, he's been manipulating and lying and coercing for almost a decade. So at that point, it's like, okay, you know, looking into laws and stuff like that, every law is explicitly like, if you did something and then you regret it after, it's not assault.
I'm having trouble getting like a essence of this human. I'm having trouble getting like my autistic brain hears it and it comes off like pretty YouTube performative. Like it sounds like a story time video. I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to understand it. Maybe she's high, or maybe they're high. I think they're they, them. Maybe they're high. Maybe they are young. They look like what, 26, 27 at the oldest, 22, maybe. I don't know, 26, 27. They're like the way they talk is a little, I'm not sure what to make about it. You know what I mean? It definitely doesn't sound like a normal sit down video. Something about it sounds interesting. So, okay, let's keep watching.
But they don't take into account how good so many predators are at lying and setting up the situations. I found this conversation with him that I had actually taken a photo of. Basically, when I got back from Vegas, which is where he did it, we were still friends, but my mind was like, yeah, no, that was fucked up. You need to start, you know, capturing the proof, because this man never said anything unless he was on like video chat or in person. But reading that conversation that I'd photographed, it was so clear that he knew exactly what to say. Nothing he said was incriminating. Everything was like a... Anyway, basically, the point is, if I had been the only person, I would have been like, okay, that was fucked up. You piece of shit, go to therapy. But it's, you know, discovering that it was all premeditated.
So if he did sexually assault you, you would have been like, go to therapy instead of like, it's no big deal. Like it was just happened to me. So it's no big deal. Is that what they're saying?
And it was all planned. And for 3 years, it was just like manipulating and building up to this. And he's been doing it for 7 years. It's kind of like, at that point, 100%, it is assault. And then you look at other, you know, this happens quite a lot, where I'm just going to use men and women as an example. You can swap the genders and not all men. But I'm just going to, you know, it's for example. You know, there's a lot of men, not all, that will date and say things that basically make the person they're dating feel as though, okay, they are looking for long.
I think this person's like really, really young. Like I feel kind of bad watching them. It feels like really, really young. And in a bubble I'm not sure about. Like, I don't know why I can't place them. Like, what bubble are they in? They have like a background that gives me lots of different bubbles. Their aesthetic is a different bubble. Like, I can see it, but I can't get it. Do you know what I mean? They're 31. No. Who's 31? Not this person. This person can't be 31.
Long term, this is something that they're going for. Eventually they reach a point where they're like, okay, yep, I will sleep with this person. That person, woman in this situation, she is consenting to an intimate experience with someone that she has trusted and is getting to know and wants to be with her in the long term, and has essentially made her feel that way emotionally. And then a lot of the times they'll fuck, and then the guy will be like, all right, peace. That's assault. You know? And then, you know, if the woman is like, well, okay, fuck.
Oh. Oh. Are people upset because they said that if you're with somebody who's showing a pattern of behavior in which it's manipulative, it's assault, versus that it's abusive and gaslighting? You know what I mean? Is that the problem? Are they equating assault with manipulation and abuse? Is that why people are mad?
Now I feel completely used, I feel completely violated, especially when it comes to the things of, you know, you thought you were going to have some kind of sex and then he did something that you didn't fucking want.
Oh, well, that's assault.
But then the police are like, but you consented to it. Now you're just regretting it.
I don't. Ooh, is this autism on autism crime? Their decision to talk about this with their facial expressions, the way they're expressing themselves, is why I think they're so young. Like, this is maybe how I would have talked in like my early 20s. not in my 30s, right? Like, I feel like the way that they're talking is like very strange. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it feels, is this serious or not serious? I can't tell. See, this is what I'm saying. Are we being serious or we're not being serious? Is this a serious conversation or is this not a serious conversation? Are we having a casual conversation about assault? Valid. Or are we having a serious conversation about assault? This feels like a casual conversation about assault. You know what I mean?
It afterwards. What do you think? Obviously, this would just open a can of worms for a whole bunch of other problems and, false reports and shit. But I genuinely believe that, like, intent and manipulation needs to be a part of the conversation when it comes to consent. Especially, when you look into laws, it's like, okay, what counts as sexual assault? Non-consensual penetration. If you look into the laws in Nevada, in Vegas, it is only assault if there was penetration. Otherwise, you have to file under, grossness and lewd behavior. But that's basically if you whipped out your dick in public.
I don't know. There's something about this story that isn't making sense to my brain at all.
Today I was planning to share an exciting announcement, something I've been looking forward to share with everyone for a while. But with everything that's come out in the last 24 hours, it just didn't feel right to make that video. Instead, I want to take a moment to acknowledge what's been happening in the book community and share a few brief thoughts. A few weeks ago, I made a video discussing the Neil Gaiman situation, and at the time, I hoped it would be the last time I'd have to talk about something like that for a while, because I don't enjoy making those types of videos. But now, here we are again. And to be completely honest, this might be the hardest video I've ever had to make, because it involves someone I've looked up to for years. If you haven't heard, then yesterday, YouTuber Naomi King uploaded a video where Naomi detailed how Daniel Green has...
What is happening? This story is very confusing to my brain.
Hello, my name is Daniel Green. This is an important message in response to various false allegations made against me by Naomi King of alleged sexual assault in a campaign launched on YouTube and more. Let me be clear. I had consensual sex with Naomi King. Yes, it was an affair that my then girlfriend and now fiance took several years to move on from. I also have clear and convincing evidence.
Okay, first of all, sounds very messy. Definitely not my bubble. But I will say, I don't understand at all this idea of so his fiance stayed with him.
Evidence to prove everything was consensual. Myself and my team are now planning to sue Naomi King in a court of law.
My team? You have 500,000 subscribers. Okay.
The communication Naomi King has inaccurately used against me online has greatly damaged me and others to date. I also have many other pieces of evidence which prove my innocence. Look for more communication from me based on truth and fact in the near future. Naomi King took time to launch a campaign against me, and I will need time to communicate my truth as well. More soon. Thank you.
Oh,
hello.
Nope.
My name is Daniel.
Okay, so very confusing. I don't know who this is. Proving Naomi King. Okay.
We have received information from someone in communication with Naomi King that they are not done. Not offline, not on YouTube, and not on their other social media platforms. In a means to preemptively deter Naomi King from causing more harm.
You described that's why everyone was calling him a rapist and making reaction videos crying for you. That's what all the supportive were about. That's why everyone was talking about survivors in your comments. Oops. What do you mean, oops? Well, we'll see what happens. What? You described it. That's why everyone was calling him a rapist and making reaction videos and crying for you. Oops. Oops. Who is Naomi King? Who are these people?
We would like to share evidence proving Naomi King's malicious intent when it comes to harming myself and Kayla, as well as sexual assault survivors. You can see in this message here, shared by a person in direct communication with Naomi, explaining why Naomi's videos falsely accusing me of sexual assault are wrong. And in my opinion, Naomi, in response, is clearly mocking rape. The message reads as follows. You described it. That's why everyone was calling him a rapist, and everyone making reaction videos crying for you. That's what all the supportive were about. That's why everyone was talking about survivors in your comments, to which Naomi King responds with a goofy laughing emoji, and then the word oops, before our informant says, what do you mean oops? And Naomi says, well, we'll have to see what happens. I have a right to defend myself in the court of public opinion and law. We are sharing this evidence not just because it has to do with me, but because unfortunately there are viewers of this channel who have been victims of rape or sexual assault themselves and who are affected by Naomi King's video. And here you can see Naomi King making light of their experience of sexual assault and rape and mocking them. This is not funny. It is not funny to accuse someone falsely of rape, and it is not funny to mock real rape victims. And I will say once again, Naomi King and I had a consensual affair 2 years ago. Naomi King has already uploaded and deleted an apology video addressed to myself, Kayla, and to sexual assault victims.
First of all, fucking loser. Okay, for cheating on your fiance. Also, fucking loser, bro. Loser. First of all, don't feel bad for him. Second of all, don't think what she did was correct at all, okay? But like also, ugh, nothing worse than a cheater being out here. Like, but he is still a victim. Naomi victimized him. Naomi lied, apparently. Bad all around. Don't like the energy. I'm glad I don't know any of these people.
I am so sorry to every survivor that I have hurt in doing this. That was not my intent. And it breaks my heart how many people I have hurt. This is not normal behavior. This is not okay. And I am checking myself. I am so sorry to every survivor that I have hurt in this. I am also, horrifically sorry. I want to apologize to Kayla so much.
What?
And Daniel, I am devastated by how many people I have hurt. I have become that person that has set survivor.
Wait, Chad is saying that he's a One Piece reviewer. Luffy would never. Luffy would never. He would never cheat. I don't even know if Luffy even likes anybody. I'm at the part of One Piece, like episode 780 something. And Luffy given me asexual. Luffy given me more than asexual. He given me dating indifferent, But this is so crazy. So they cheated and had an affair. Then she made a video talking about how he's manipulative, which he might be. He cheated and had an affair. And it sounded like for 3 years. I'm confused. What was the length of the affair? Because she's saying he played his therapist, or Naomi, sorry, they, them. I don't know. Somebody in chat said they're they, them. I'll try to use that. So, Discord said he is canonically, canonically, I don't know how to say that word, asexual. He only cares about adventure. That makes sense for Luffy. They had an affair for 3 years. So they're right. The emotional manipulation and abuse was there. Nobody has an affair for 3 years. You're not emotionally abusive and doing some fucking shitty shit. That doesn't mean you're an assaulter, but you are one layer of a consent violator. Canonically. Thank you, chap. Okay. So abusive in my book, manipulative. I feel like Naomi could have expressed this, but Naomi sounds like, first of all, they were participating in the affair for 3 years. Crazy. Okay. He said 2 years. I don't know the length of the relationship. I don't know. A long time. And the fact that his fiance has forgiven that and moved on is crazy. But here we are. Like, no way I'm going to look at a person that lied to me over any amount of time to have an affair with somebody and that it leads to this especially. I don't think so, girl. How are you going to trust him? How are you going to trust him ever again?
And that revolts me. I am not okay with my behavior. It's really gross. I agree with your comments, and I am going to take a step back and reflect. I don't like this version of me, so I'm going to put an end to this.
Before taking their Instagram to say they are going to accuse me once again. If you believe that mocking rape or making light of sexual assault is not okay, you need to read this message.
Casual reminder that my apology video was not me admitting to falsely accusing DG. I stand by my statement that he pressured me into sexual things I didn't want. The apology video was to the SA victims. I took it down because people were taking it as an admission of falsely accusing. Oh, how messy. I'll be explaining myself whether you like it or not, but it's taking time to put together. I'm not resending that he did sexual things to me without my consent. Both of them sound, I don't know. There's something going on here and I don't know what it is, but I don't like any of it. Because their videos are very bad, very horribly put together. I can't focus on what's happening. And it did sound like they were saying they made a false accusation. So now I'm confused. So now I don't trust them and I don't trust him. I don't trust nobody who has an affair. I'm with peace and love. You're dead to me. So I don't trust either of them. But this is messy. Messy.
More soon.
Wow. Okay. And then lied with their own words.
Hello, my name
Okay, is this the other one? Okay.
Is Daniel Green, and this is in response to Naomi King's recent videos accusing me falsely of sexual assault on a trip to Las Vegas. And it's very important to me that I immediately address how the title of this video is not clickbait. And Naomi King, in their own second video, recently included evidence to prove the title of this video. One, there was a screenshot of a text sent where Naomi King states themselves that they were asking for us to go further on the second day of the trip. And on top of that, they included snippets from a video.
Wait, don't you dare try and put any of this on me. I never asked you to cheat. The night I said I wanted to do more because you said that had been your favorite part and then you played it like you didn't want it again. It seems only you are allowed to express any kind of lust. When I finally do it because you've been doing it, you never liked it. What? These messages are from Naomi. Okay.
Video apologizing to Kayla, and there was even another one to myself where they remove context where Naomi King explicitly states that the relationship was consensual.
I wish I could take it all back. I wish I could take it all fucking back. It was not worth losing what we had. I wish I'd said no. I wish we'd never gone to Vegas. I feel so fucking guilty because of what I did. Because of what I did to Kayla.
And even in their video, they show the empty drive links that our lawyer had used and since erased for memory purposes. And that leads me to believe Naomi King thought we would no longer have copies of those videos, which is not the case. We do. And this also allows me to counter Naomi King's claim in their first video that I was unprovoked keeping tabs on them after our affair ended, which is not the case. In the days and weeks following us blocking Naomi King on several platforms, we continued to receive messages not only from Naomi King, but one of their friends. And also, to make the claim that I could not know this video was about me, I find to be absurd. It includes details about a trip to Las Vegas, and Naomi King also mentions contacting a stalker of mine that I had told them about in confidence during our 3-year relationship. And once I realized Naomi...
Skirt. You mean 3-year affair? See, he said 3-year relationship. I'm sorry, do you mean 3-year affair? And so is Naomi saying that the person they talked to who said that he assaulted them is actually a stalker from years ago? Because that's crazy. See, Naomi sounds like a bad judge of character. And I don't know about him. I don't know if he's guilty or not, but I don't trust him neither.
King had contacted my stalker, Madison. That is when I decided to seek legal counsel. Naomi included clips...
What? Chat says apparently Naomi sent both him and his fiance confessional videos, which is very bizarre to me. But everything about them seems bizarre at this point. Naomi says they are their sugar baby and Daniel was giving them money. What? Wait, what? Hold on. Chat says also labeling his other accuser as a stalker is straight up dismissal of her claims, but it could be a stalker. Who's Madison? It says Madison also accused him. Daniel is very sus to me. Who's Madison? Because like, who is that? How do I, like, that could be a stalker who's accusing him, right? Like, I don't know who that is. Is Madison a recent person or an older person? The girl who's saying stalked him, accused him of assault. Who is, I need to see this person's face. Does anyone have a link to their socials? Because like, I want to see, you know. Chat says, I think you should watch the whole saga from the beginning. I'm going to be so with peace and love. We're going to do this because it's not organized by me for a regular stream day. We're doing it the way we're doing it now because it's not an organized stream day. So this is how we're doing it. And right now, I hate everybody involved. I don't trust nobody. They all seem suspicious as F to me. I'm not saying anyone's lying. I'm saying we have cheaters and affair people. It's the first violation of consent. Everyone's a consent violator in this conversation so far. Not that consent violators can't be assaulted, but we're already dealing with consent violators.
In their recent video posted Saturday to make it seem even in these private videos they were claiming assault, which is not the case. I am going to play you clips from those personalized videos that Naomi King sent to Kayla and I and show you them directly contradicting the accusations they made against me and directly talk about how what happened was consensual. I will then show you how in their 2023 video that drove me to hire legal counsel, you can see Naomi King deciding to change consensual to non-consensual. This video will clearly show a pattern of escalation and dishonesty from Naomi King, and it'll start now.
He turned up at midnight, sober and awake, and pressured me, half asleep and on drugs, into sexual things that he and I had agreed beforehand would not happen. I was on 50 milligrams that night, you were on 10.
First of all, Directly there, Naomi King is contradicting themselves, saying I was on 0, then 10. But in addition to that, even in the screenshot they show, they're messaging me about taking 40 milligrams around lunchtime, and then directly state that I arrived around midnight. I had no knowledge that Naomi King was continuing to take edibles, and that contradicts what actually happened when I arrived, where they walked down to the hotel lobby in a bathrobe, greeted me, and walked me back upstairs, sober as a whistle.
Anyway, I reached out to his girlfriend because I felt like shit. And I know what it's like to be cheated on, and it fucking sucks. She replied and asked me for the truth. She asked me for the truth.
Wait.
And asked me for the truth.
Whoop. Sorry, hold on. Naomi, for 2 years, what exactly went on behind my back between you two? I would like to at least hear your words, too. Oh, God.
She asked me for the truth. I was at the airport when I received that message. I headed home to send her the truth. By the time I got home, she had asked me to leave her alone, which I completely understood. So I respected that and I left her alone. A handful of days later, she reached out to me again to call me a vile, despicable human being. It was that message that made it very clear to me that she had been asking him for the truth and he was still lying.
Naomi King said in their video,
I feel like Naomi is doing this thing where they're trying to say, like, we're both victims of his manipulation. No? I mean, maybe, but not in the same ways, you know?
That I reached out to them and wanted to know the truth. That is misleading. In May, they sent me a video unprompted.
Naomi says, hi, before you block me on here, I want to tell you how truly sorry I am. Truly, please watch this. I need you to know and see and hear how sorry I am. I know there's nothing I can say to make it better, but I cannot say something. I'm so, so sorry.
Wanting to apologize for what had happened. When I first saw the message, I did not want to respond right away, but I did say I would like to hear their side because I felt that was right. When I watched the video, I deleted that message as
I deleted that message. I understand you're feeling guilty and wanting to say something, but please just let me grieve in peace. I'm trying to hold on to whatever pieces of my life I have left. And right now, this just sends me into the world of hurt. I just wanted to stop. I just want to be left alone. I feel like I finally know the full truth.
You can see here. Now, you might have noticed that my second response was never actually shown in either of their videos. And that is because it says this here. There is no mention of sexual assault. That is because there was absolutely none in the video I received. As a survivor of sexual assault myself, I take that very—
Man, everyone talks very dramatic in these videos. I can't. It's triggering my fucking whatever autism. I don't know what it is. Don't they sound like— I don't know are these adults or are these children? How old are these people? What's this guy's name? Daniel Green? I don't know what's happening. I feel very uncomfortable. $1994, 30. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Like this is his fiance that he cheated on. I don't know, something about their delivery, like everyone's delivery is like giving me anxiety.
Very seriously. And had that been there, I would have had a very—
And I know they're reading. Like, I know that like these two are reading because their lawyers are telling them to read, I assume. But it's the way they're delivering it. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying I don't know what's going on. Sounds like he lied. So far, it sounds like he's a bad person. And it sounds like Naomi might be a bad person. And it sounds like Kayla, is that their name? Might be the innocent person in the story. You know, it just sounds a little— the delivery is like very hard for me to hear from all of them. All three of them sound very strange in their delivery. Though to be fair, they sound— yeah, it's like they're trying to be passionate. Maybe. But maybe obviously they're upset. It's all very upsetting.
Very different response and conversation. In the video Naomi uploaded on Saturday, there are two very short snippets from that apology video. I think it would be best to show everyone the full context, so I will play the rest of it in full now.
I did to you what was done to me 10 years ago, and I fucking—
So it says what Naomi sent to Kayla. So was this a personal video specifically for Kayla and nobody else to see?
I hate myself for it. I feel sick. It was one of the most painful things I have ever gone through, and I did it to you. The similarities between your situation now and where I was 10 years ago is so fucking similar that it's scary, and yet I still fucking did it, and I haven't stopped crying.
Pathetic. You cheated on this with this man against this woman, and you have the audacity to send a video to this woman about how it hurts you that you cheated with her fiance? What? I don't want to hear from you. What are you talking about?
I feel absolutely sick to my stomach. I am so sorry. You deserve so much better than that.
Why are you crying? This is what I'm saying. See, crying is a version of slang as well. Be serious. This is a very serious video. Crying or using slang when we're talking about something very serious sounds like you're diminishing it. It sounds like you're saying it's not serious. I won't even give it the seriousness it deserves. You're crying? You're the other woman. What are you crying for? You're the other woman. How dare you show up crying? You don't even look like you showered. You know, be respectable. Send a letter and say, I will go away. You know what I mean? Like, could you imagine? Like, there's nothing respectable about this. This is undignified, bro. Why are you crying? There's like, be serious. Please be serious.
I did not enjoy it. He did not enjoy it, and it kills me. I just want you to know I am truly sorry, and you deserve better. I don't expect a reply. I expect I'll be blocked, and I completely understand.
What?
But I never got an apology from the woman that actually fucked my husband, and I don't want to be that.
Okay, we don't need an apology, girl. Don't talk to me. What do you mean, fucked my husband? Girl, you had an affair for 2 years with this person. I'm saying girl, gender neutrally. But, you know, hello?
I hate myself.
The comment that followed about vile and despicable actions
says, okay, and then it says, I feel like I finally know the full truth. You both are vile, despicable human beings to do this to another person. Over the years, I'm revolted by the mere sight of you. Is that Kayla talking about both Daniel and Naomi? Because I hope she broke up with him. Did she break up with him? Please tell me they are not engaged.
By both parties was not in response to me learning about sexual assault. It was in response to me learning about a consensual affair. They proceeded to end the video.
That's so upsetting. So you're not even messaging me to tell me that my fiance assaulted you. You're messaging me to say, I'm sorry I was the other woman for 2 years?
By saying they know they will be blocked, that they don't expect a response from me. And that is exactly what I did. But then 8 days later.
Oh yeah, Kayla is in the same set as the Daniel. Yeah, they're still engaged, right? That's crazy. Do you see how I say people will stay with their abusers, they'll stay with their toxic relationships? What is so good about this guy that you're willing to ignore a 2-year affair? Please tell me what is so redeemable about this man that you're going to stay with him after a 2-year fucking affair.
I received a message from someone who said they were Naomi's friend and roommate. I just wanted to be left alone.
She wanted the truth. He was still lying. He said she deserved to know everything, okay? He said she deserved to know everything, and by golly did I.
She deserved to know. My God, you didn't deserve this. I fucked up. I started acting like the voices in my head tell me I am. Who has voices in their head? Who has the voices?
Agree.
I wanted to include this while also stating that Naomi eventually did include the full message in a follow-up video that shows me being the one to want to apologize to Kayla and come forward and admit to the consensual affair. But also within this second video, again, Naomi shows a message that reads as follows, and it is from them. Don't you dare try and put any of this on me. I never asked you to cheat. The last night I said I wanted to do more because you said that had been your favorite part, and then you played it like you didn't want it.
Ugh.
Again, it seems only you are allowed to express any kind of lust. When I finally do it, because you've been doing it, you never like it. And I assume
What? I just want to say this right now. I don't know if there was a sexual assault. All I know is both these people are pieces of shit either way. You cheated on someone for 2 years. Fuck you. And also, Naomi possibly lied about sexual assault charges. I'm going to ignore that part because I don't know if that's true or not. But you participated in an affair for 2 years. You're a piece of shit. And you're going to say piece of shit until you fully recognize how bad of a thing you did. You can go to therapy and get sympathy because like coming to the internet was not the move. I don't give a fuck. 0, I do not care about either of these people. They can go to their therapist for somebody to care about it.
Naomi King took these screenshots quite some time ago, because when I pull up our Instagram, I just see things like this. And in regards to the allegation about me pressuring in the absence of lube, it was Naomi King who on our second day there was repeatedly asking me to go buy lube despite me saying I did not want to have sex. And they went as far as to bring up a nearby sex shop on their phone's map app.
Until you found out it was a sugar baby and that I had someone. And suddenly another fire lit up under your ass and you wanted me again. And I feel terrible for cheating on Kel. He treats me.
Kel is the married man that Naomi was seeing at the time. Wait, she cheated twice? They cheated twice?
Better than anyone. I feel terrible for cheating on Kel.
Oh, at the time. What? So Naomi was cheated on 10 years ago and it killed her. Killed them. Sorry, fuck. Killed them. I don't know why I'm having a hard time today. Sorry, guys. So 10 years ago, they were seeing somebody who had an affair on them and it killed them. Then they sent Caleb this video saying that the woman never came to me and said they were having an affair. So I'm going to come to you and say I'm having an affair. But while they were having the affair, they were also seeing somebody and had an affair on them. Oh, but that person was married? So that person is a married person. So they're having like 3 affairs or 2 affairs. Oh my gosh, this is the most exhausting group of people. So toxic. This whole bubble is so toxic. I'm so glad I don't know who any of them are.
He treats me better than anyone I have ever been with.
This is an example of Naomi King twisting the truth to fit their narrative. There were times that both of us felt bad after crossing boundaries we shouldn't have while we were both...
Affair inception, yes, chat. Affair inception. I'm sorry, I'm going to assume the sexual assault allegations aren't true, but I'm confused at that right now, so we're going to ignore that element because I'm just not sure what to do with that. It's a very serious thing and no one's being serious about it. So I'm focused on the cheating stuff, just a heads up. If you're new to my audience, if anyone sees it, I'm just focusing on the cheating stuff because I'm very confused.
In relationships. And there was no pattern to my recollection of it being when Naomi broke up with someone or I did at all. There were even instances of Naomi King telling me things along the lines of it's better to ask forgiveness than permission in regards to the fact that because I am bisexual and in a hetero relationship with Kayla, she has told me it's okay for me to seek sexual relations with a man, but not a woman.
What?
With Naomi King being non-binary, they were referencing that there's a gray space. But it is absolutely my fault that those lines were crossed at all, and I take full accountability for that. And this is something that Kayla and I have had to work on for years.
Weeks after that happened, I made my video a conversation about manipulation, consent, and assault. I did not think he was keeping tabs on me. And in case you're wondering if there have been any allegations against Daniel, there was. He told me about it. That's the only...
Hold on. Daniel Green is a rapist. He raped me in the summer of 2016. Hold on, I gotta make this smaller. He is a YouTuber now with hundreds of thousands of followers. Please do not follow him. He uses social justice for his own gain as a white straight man. He did many things to me without my consent. Then he raped me and left me to leave his father's house bleeding. Fuck you, Daniel. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Feel free to reblog. Honestly, I don't care anymore. I can't handle holding it in.
On me. And in case you're wondering...
Naomi was actively messaging us and had their roommate message Kayla. Who else would the video be about? Naomi. Hey, Kayla, you don't know me. Okay. Okay.
If there have been any allegations... That's the...
Who's this person? Because you know what I mean? Like... I don't know. Who's this person?
I know about it. He told me it was false and that there's no way.
Some random Tumblr user accused me of rape. At the time, I literally could not have been in the state. I think unless it blows up, I'm going to try and let it get buried. I mean, look, as somebody who's, dealt with a stalker and had false accusations against her of being like a sex trafficker, guys, I'm not even exaggerating to you. Like, I never mention that past person. I never mention their name or anything because it was thrown out with prejudice, my case. So I don't want to talk about it or bring it back up, obviously, because I don't have to go to court ever again. But that person is mentally ill and accuses new people every year. They've had 12, 15, 16 victims. They accuse them of the same thing via Tumblr, via social media. This person sex trafficked me. This person raped me. This person did this. They went after local communities that I was in and accused multiple people. And I know they're just looking for a quick buck. So I'm not sure if it's that situation that's happening on top of an affair, which looks horrible, or if it's something different. And so I'm trying to be like empathetic and all that stuff, but I also don't care about any of these people. And I think they're all probably bad people, but I don't know to what extent, because, you know, being a rapist isn't the same as having an affair, but they're both consent violations and they're both abusive. So at some point, they're not the same, but they're both consent violations and they're both, do you know what I mean? Abusive. So you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And look, I don't know what that person is up to. Chat's asking, like, do you know what that person is doing today? No, I don't want to Google them and give them my energy. No, I don't know what they're doing. I hope they're in therapy. I hope they're better. I'm safe. I'm already safe from them. But nobody, like, none of their future victims are safe. And there's nothing you can do, right? You can't throw this person in prison. What good is that going to do? That person needs incredible intervention, okay? And, like, that's an AFAB person. It can happen regardless of gender, right? But it's like, sick people do sick things. Bad people do bad things, but they all need help ultimately. They need to be in facilities that aren't going to abuse them, that are going to keep them, like, healthy, right? But how do you do that? Right? There's a spectrum of healthiness that really unnerves me. It really makes me uncomfortable with the world. You know, that I'm just like, I don't know what to do with, like, truly bad people. Like, sometimes I'm like, what? Like, because there's no way to ground them, right? Like, we have no way to ground them. I don't want to say this, but Naomi's giving me ungrounded. And I don't know what's going on there. But then Kayla and Gree and Daniel are giving me very young. Like, everyone's giving me young vibes and everyone's like 30. So what's going on? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. I'm very uncomfortable, though. All of this is really bad energy, you know? Chet says, do you ever worry about them bothering you again? I try not to. No, I think I'm old enough and ready enough and stable enough to understand that they're sick and that I just have to ignore everything. But I'm pretty sure they're just on to new people. I wasn't special. I was just one of the many people they accused, right? So, like, if it's not me, it's going to be someone else. They're probably accusing other YouTubers. That was their MO, to find anybody to get money out of or whatever. But yeah, it was a horrible experience. Like, it was a really bad experience. And so I feel for them if that's what's happening with Daniel, but I don't know. So I don't trust him. He's the one having the 2-year affair, but being a cheater doesn't make you a rapist. But I just dislike in both people.
Way it could be true because he wasn't there at the time. Turns out he told Discord something different. He told Discord he was there, but he was only there.
Oh, I can categorically say that this is false. In 2016, I was living in Ireland from the late summer to the end of the year. Before that, I only saw my dad a couple of the weeks out of the year, and he was there the whole time because I was visiting him. This is someone taking what they know about me and trying to push it into something. I literally have receipts. I was either literally not where my dad lives or with him because I was visiting him. Wasn't really looking to have sexual encounters while visiting my dad in Nashville. I don't know. I don't know who's lying. Daniel could be lying. I don't know. Now that sounds suspicious.
To visit his father.
I fully admit, at the time, I had no idea who was making those allegations, and I had an instinctual response to just say no, absolutely could not be anybody. I only visited my dad for a few weeks that summer in Nashville before going off to study abroad in Ireland. I had been on a couple of Tinder dates while I was visiting my dad, but obviously none of those dates aligned with what was being alleged in these posts at all. But I did not know for sure who this person was until I worked with my lawyer when I sent off my cease and desist, and they were able to find out it was Madison, a person whose full name I will not say here because after I sent my cease and desist, they did delete their posts. At that point, I filed a police report against Madison as well. One of the reasons I didn't suspect Madison was the one to make these accusations was, one, it did not align with our encounter in Nashville at all. And in addition to that, after I got back from studying abroad in Ireland, Madison came to visit me in Virginia on their way to Florida, driving several hours out of their way to spend a weekend with me. And I have an eyewitness testimony from my college roommate who can talk about meeting Madison that weekend. All I asked Mark to do was say what they knew for sure about that weekend when Madison visited.
Hi, my name's Mark. I was Daniel's roommate, one of Daniel's roommates, our senior year of college, so that would be fall 2016 through spring 2017. We lived in a house together in Fredericksburg. At one point, Maddie came to visit Daniel. I didn't have eyes on the correspondence between them before her arrival or after her departure. She was very cordial the entire time she was in the house. Daniel introduced her to us. They spent a bit of time together in his room behind closed doors, so I didn't see what was going on back there. But I did see her walk throughout the house a couple of times. She didn't communicate to me that she was there against her will or any intent to leave or desire to leave or anything like that.
So Daniel did see somebody. Wait, so he told Naomi that he didn't meet up with anybody, but then he did meet up with somebody. So there's a confusion there. I hate all of this. I hate all of this.
So yeah.
And on a final note regarding Madison, they have had a pattern of appearing when I specifically either hit milestones on the channel or release a book. When I first heard about someone making accusations about me, it is when I hit 100,000 subscribers. They then followed up with another post when I released.
Does somebody have a picture of this Madison person? Can somebody send me a picture on the Discord or something? Where's this person's Tumblr? I want to know. What's this person look like? I'm only asking because that name.
Released my book, Breach of Peace. And with what the last video was here on the channel, I can't help but feel like it's still a thing.
We got back to the hotel. I went to the pool. He stayed in the hotel room for hours.
This was another lie from Naomi. I wasn't sure if I should take the time to disprove here in the video, but I think it's important to display a pattern of dishonest behavior from Naomi. We went out on excursions the entire time we were in Las Vegas, including going to a otherworld universe grocery store experience art house that is available in Las Vegas. Here is a receipt for me making purchases at the gift shop there for Naomi and myself. On that first full day though, I also spent many hours with Naomi by the pool, giving my thoughts on a short story they had given me about a polyamorous rock band. And then I want to finally end this section of the video by giving context to the clip you saw at the beginning, which was from the personal individual one Naomi King sent me after I had blocked them on several platforms.
I wish I could take it all back. I wish I could take it all fucking back. It was not worth losing what we had. It was not worth putting Kayla through all this fucking torture. It wasn't even slightly worth it. I wish I'd said no. I wish you'd never gone to Vegas. I feel so fucking guilty because of what I did. Because of what I did to Kayla.
I fully believe both Naomi King and I, by the end of the weekend, regretted our actions. But even in the message that Naomi King redacted and showed you on screen, I was the one who demanded we confess, who came to Kayla and told the truth. Naomi, we both had regrets that weekend, and we both felt terrible when we were leaving. But I'm not accusing you of assaulting me. And admittedly, I am only showing clips from these full videos to demonstrate how Naomi King has decided, after time has gone on, to greater distort the truth to make me look worse about a situation we both regretted at the time. And then you can see all of this come to a head in the video that made me contact legal counsel, and you will see why when Naomi King gave these thoughts.
I'm just going to use men and women as an example. You can swap the genders and not all men, but I'm just going to, it's for example. There's a lot of men, not all, that will date and say things that basically make the person they're dating feel as though, okay, they are looking for long term. This is something that they're going for. Eventually they reach a point where they're like, okay, yep, I will sleep with this person. That person, woman in this situation, she is consenting to an intimate experience with someone that she has trusted and is getting to know and wants to be with her in the long term, and has essentially made her feel that way emotionally. And then a lot of the times they'll fuck, and then the guy will be like, all right, peace. That's assault. And then, if the woman is like, well, okay, fuck. Now I feel completely used. I feel completely violated. Especially when it comes to the things of, you thought you were going to have some kind of sex, and then he did something that you didn't fucking want. But then the police are like, but you consented to it. Now you're just regretting it afterwards. What do you think?
In this 2023 video, Naomi King also accuses me of trying to use them as a therapist for 3 years in an attempt to get them in bed. I was not the one wanting to buy lube and escalate things. I want to iterate that again here and prove Naomi King was the one pressuring me to go further. Then in the same video, they apply this to Madison, who I only knew for a summer, meeting on a few dates in 2016, and only saw one final time after getting back from studying abroad in Ireland and not being in contact with them that I can recall much at, if all, while there. This narrative about me being some emotional manipulator is just outright false, and I can say just did not happen.
Hold on, buddy.
And not being in contact with them that I can recall much at, if all, while there. This narrative about me being some emotional manipulator is just outright false, and I can say just did not happen.
I mean, you did have an affair for 2 years. You know what? You had an affair for 2 years. Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? What are we talking about? I don't like him.
In our relationship, I did talk to Naomi about a lot of personal things, but I certainly told them many things about myself that Madison never knew, and Madison and I only saw each other a few times and did not text that much in between. It has also been brought to my attention that Naomi King, in their second video posted Saturday, also admitted to writing 3 songs about me before our trip to Las Vegas that include lyrics like, "You're all I want because I can't have you. You're all I want because you found someone new. You're all I want, now I've got no one. And you can't blame me if I feel to some extent it's not cheating if we never change the way we've been. Baby, if I come and take your hand, there's a part of me that doesn't care if she's your girlfriend." Before finally, maybe I'm being mean, I guess I am, but you love it, don't you? We both have that darkness, and if you think about it, you're her man, only because I didn't say yes back then. All that did happen that weekend was a consensual affair that I do believe both Naomi King and I feel horrible about. And I have 2 final things I want to say here, and one of them is in response to my last video. In my last video, I certainly came across lawyered up. And yes, I absolutely am. If someone comes after you, your loved one's career, and tries to destroy your life, hire a lawyer. It is not an admittance of guilt, and even in the world in general, if the police ask you to come in for questioning, even if you are innocent and have no idea what they are talking about, bring a lawyer. They are not on your side. Others will not be on your side, and you have a right to legal representation so you don't make dumb mistakes. And I want to say I understand why creators were quick to make videos backing Naomi King after seeing their video. Their video was heartbreaking and full of lies. I just ask that if you could, please update your audience on the full facts now. I understand I am not going to win over everybody, and there are still going to be people who want to send hate my way because I did have an affair, and it's the worst thing I've ever done, and Kayla and I are still trying to move on from it. But
Kayla, dump your fiance. He's a piece of trash. No amount of therapy is gonna get rid of this rash. Dump your fiance. He's literal trash. Don't go back to him. You'll never fix it. Not worth it. Get rid of him now. Kayla, break up with your boyfriend. Break up with him. He's a piece of trash. I mean, just look at that face. Just kidding. It's not his face. It's his confession. These are my confessions. When Daniel tells you he cheats, he's gonna cheat again. No, I'm telling you, bro. Dump him. Ooh, girl. I can't believe that he's like, we're still working through it. Yeah, who put you in that situation? Wait, what's that? What's that? I dreamed a dream. That one, my life. What's the? Oh, I can't remember the Broadway. The one with Anne Hathaway where she's crying. She's like, this is not what I thought my life would be. I feel like Daniel's like, how did this happen to me, sir? You had a 2-year-long affair, sir. Les Mis. That's from Les Mis. Thank you. You know what? You know what sound I'm talking about? It's all over my TikTok right now. It's like that's the sound that he's like, what is happening right now, bro? 2-year affair.
And one person who's been receiving hate that has absolutely done.
Yes, so different from this hell I'm living. Yes, yes. He's literally this guy right now.
Nothing wrong in this entire situation is Kayla. For 2 years, Kayla and I have been trying to grow, heal, and move on. And this has made it a lot harder.
I'm going to keep this very short. Yes, 2 years ago, Daniel had an affair while we were dating. But let me be clear, I love Daniel. And he has put in hard work and years of therapy and has proven to me that he's the person that I want to spend my life with. Yes, he is imperfect, but he is also my best friend, my business partner, the love of my life, and he has earned—
May this love never find any of you. May this love never find any of you.
Earned back my trust. It's the reason why I agreed to marry him when he proposed to me in September. And I have been there for him through all of this, just as he's been there for me. But please try to remember that I am also a person. I have seen the videos and the comments dissecting and placing judgment on my choice to stay with Daniel. I have lost friends over this, some who are unwilling or unable to stay in my life. And reliving this under a microscope, under the public eye, has been humiliating.
Girl, you're losing friends over staying with your husband? First of all, I'm assuming they weren't the closest friends. Or two, are they saying that he's that abusive that they're worried for you and they can't condone this marriage? Ooh, girl.
Traumatizing and incredibly isolating. So all I ask for right now is just kindness and support.
In addition to that, many people I know for sure have been sending Naomi King's video to authors I've interviewed or sponsors that I've had, and the damage of that is going to take a long time to recover from. I don't know when it'll become okay to post regular content on the channel again here moving forward, but thank you for watching. More soon.
Ugh. Well, thank you, chat, for making me go down that rabbit hole of horrible people being with horrible people. Ugh. Ugh. May this love never find you. May this love never gleam your eye. Ugh. 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 Horrible. I'm so horrified. I'm horrified for everybody involved. What a generational curse mess. You just know this shit gonna follow them into their 50s. I know she said that I've seen the videos. I am a person. Girl, you are a person. You a person make a mistake. You know, you're a person making a mistake. Oh, girl. Okay, well, thanks, chat. We did it. Okay, what are well, this is an open discussion Tuesday, okay? Open discussion Tuesday, first of its kind. What else do we want to talk about? Look at us just jumping into a random story that I didn't research ahead of time at all. Look at us. I actually have a TikTok I saved for you. Oh, please. I'm going to play my TikTok while you ask more questions, and then I'll answer questions. Oh, Cat Black versus Madeline. We already covered it, girl. You late. We talked about it in stream the other day. I have nothing to say about it. It's too much of a sinkhole, but we talked about it already like a couple weeks ago or a week ago. We mentioned it briefly. We didn't make too much of a stink about it, but we talked about it. Hey, TikTok, do you mind? Can you please work? How am I going to show my TikTok? Oh my God. Okay. In celebration of LGBT people everywhere, I saw this little video. I think we can play it on stream. There is a chance that they technically take my video down. So if that happens, we just won't finish it. But I saw this video and I started watching it. And I was like, oh, this is such a nice little video. So I thought we could go ahead and watch it together. Back in 2019, Inside Edition Digital did an in-depth report on the hot June night of 1969. Just a little recap for us and the baby gays in the audience who maybe don't know, but also just a recap for other people who need a reminder that LGBT people are absolutely being persecuted to this day, and it's happening all over again. And then I'll go back to chat and answer questions.
The lady in red.
They're on TV, Marsha.
I think the story of Marsha P. Johnson should be taught in schools.
Everybody loved her. Everybody. This is the Stonewall Inn. On a hot summer night in 1969, police raided this well-known gay.
So there's a little coffee shop in San Francisco where you can go to this area. I've been there. It's like a little piece of gay history. You should definitely check it out.
Bars they had many times before, but this time things were different. The customers fought back. It launched a national movement for LGBTQ rights. Many believe that the powder keg exploded when a trans woman named Marsha P. Johnson picked up a shot glass and threw it, shattering the mirror behind the bar. It wasn't Johnson's first feat of activism, nor would it be her last. But decades later, when she was found dead, it was up to others to advocate to get her justice. For InsideEdition.com, I'm Sal Bono, and this is New York Gritty.
The city was totally different, and it was kind of...
And for the record, so Marsha passed away from what the police said was an unaliving, a suicide, but her friends and family thought it might have been an attack.
Wild. This is me. Kind of dangerous also, especially if you were gay, because there was a lot of prejudice during that time.
Somebody had to take you to a gay bar, because remember, it was against the law to serve homosexual alcohol if they'd known. And the windows were painted, everything was dark, black, had to knock on the doors. If you ever noticed, there were mirrors in bars. If you sat at a gay bar, you could not turn around. You had to talk to the person behind you through a mirror. We couldn't sit the way we're sitting now. We had to sit this way. because they wanted to make sure if the cops came in, they didn't look anything look suspicious.
The atmosphere during that time was the atmosphere of change. It was a very exciting time and era, but also as far as the justice system and the rights of people, people were demanding their rights.
On the forefront of the movement was Marsha P. Johnson, a trans woman from New Jersey.
When asked what the P stood for, Marsha said, "Pay it no mind." I don't know if that was her way of saying, "Don't ask me what it stands for," or that was what it stood for, but it's a great answer.
Didn't you love that?
She made a living as a sex worker and panhandling. She got by with the help of her friends, like Randy Wicker, with whom she lived.
You'd be surprised how many gorgeous clothes Randy got around here for me that I don't even wear.
So Marsha came in that night, slept on the floor, and was here for the next 12 years.
Tomorrow morning I'll give you the breakfast sheet when I'm fixing breakfast for you.
Yes.
She was a great educator because I was a transphobic. I had no understanding of gender identity, and I don't think most other people did either.
There's always been discrimination within the queer community, and in the 60s especially. Marsha and Sylvia Rivera, her fellow compatriot, actually were told not to march in the gay pride parade because the gays didn't want drag queens. They thought they were bad for the image of the community. Can you imagine?
I mean, they still such a prominent narrative. Even I used to say during Prop 8, that was like a big part of the narrative that I joined in on, which was like, hey, we have to have like the most normal looking people representing things. But the truth is, it doesn't matter how normal you look, they'll still hate you. Bigotry doesn't allow you normalizing to matter. I also saw interviews of wealthy black men have spoken about that even if you're a black man, so with men have more privilege in society, you still are always still going to be black, which is like very interesting. So prejudice doesn't matter how rich you are, how well dressed you are, how well you talk, any of that stuff doesn't matter because you're still whatever X thing the bigots have decided they don't like. And that's the problem. And that's what I try not to do even with my atheistic content. Like I try to make sure people understand that like I don't want atheists to turn into anti-Muslims. Like I don't want you to be fucking bigoted towards Muslims. Leave them alone, right? And you know, Ramadan's starting and everybody's celebrating in different ways and all these things are happening. But I need y'all to understand the whole point of atheism wasn't to turn into bigoted people against Muslims. Like what was the point of that? And now it's become that. And I get it, like to some extent you want to counter the bigotry in religion, which I agree with, but I don't think to do that, you have to be bigoted yourself, which is why I said it in my podcast this week. If you haven't seen it, just because they're ugly doesn't mean we have to be. I don't want like Muslim communities targeted. I want them to keep their religion out of fucking government, which is different. The problem is, and this is the problem with bigotry, is bigots think their experience is universal. They're having some objective, universal experience in which they believe they have the one true answer, the one true church, the one true Christ, the one true religion, the one true way. And that's the dilemma of any thought system that says, I figured it out. And look, it's a red flag for me no matter who has it. When I meet people who say like, I know what we could do, like I have the answer, it's a little exhausting to me. Because you have the answer for what? What solution are you offering this answer to? You know? And for those asking earlier, when is my vegan podcast coming out? It should be out this Monday because I'll have finished my 30 days. My 30 days end in 3 days. So I'm still 3 days more of needing to be vegan for my 30 days. And who knows what I'll do? Who knows what the future holds? Who knows?
This was way before Drag Race.
On June 28, 1969, police raided the Stonewall Inn. During previous raids, customers may have put their hands in the air or tried to run away. That night was different.
The weather was really hot and the air was kind of stifling, but yet it was calm. It was like the calm before the storm.
During the riots, protesters congregated here in this nearby park, picking up rocks, bricks, whatever they could, throwing them at police and demanding their civil rights.
We broke the windows, threw them garbage cans through the open windows. I thought it was over that day. I figured that's it. We'll still get raided in bars and everything. You know, who knew?
At one point, the glass behind the bar shattered, and rumor had it that Marsha was the one who broke it with a shot glass, while screaming, "I want my civil rights."
We heard it because that started everybody breaking windows, but I don't know who really threw it. If it was Marsha, thank you.
The streets took their toll on Marsha. She contracted HIV, suffered from mental illness, and even survived being shot.
Marsha had been through so much, and she was fearless as a result of it.
In July of 1992, her body was found floating in the Hudson River Pier, near the Christopher Street Pier.
Oh, man.
To me, it was like a shock. I said, who would kill Marsha? It's very sad that a person so giving had to meet her death like that. Because she was very giving, and she was like, everybody loved her. Everybody loved her. As comical as she was, as generous as she was, as giving as she was still a human being.
But her death wasn't investigated as a murder. Police quickly closed the case and said Marsha died as a result of suicide by drowning.
Suspicious. Suspicious.
Those who knew her refused to accept that.
She did face mental challenges, but she was not in a suicidal mood at this time. She had, however, been harassed by people. She also apparently had a big bruise on the back of her head when her body was found. She couldn't.
Well, she obviously was attacked. Oh, I'm so mad for her. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. You know, was it Matt Shepard? Was that his name? It's been a long time now. Was it Matthew Shepard? When the two guys left him hanging on a fence after beating him up, right? Matthew Shepard was his name. His parents were anti-gay, and it was that changed the hearts and minds of his mother. I remember an interview with her. This is a very long time ago now. But it's that kind of stuff where I almost want to ask people, like, do you need your kids to be killed for you to understand? Or even when they are dead, even when people kill them, will it not be enough for you? And look, for some people, it won't. For some people, it will never be enough. That if their kids die because they're gay is still bad. Right? But they shouldn't have been killed type thing. And that's what I look for in people. Is like, sometimes I think people want to see us die so they know that they have to care. But then when we die, it's not enough. How many Palestinian babies need to die before you care about them? Apparently, it hasn't been enough. And that's what I think is so interesting. And that's why, again, I'm looking forward to this vegan video, because I think, again, we're in denial of what it means to be a person, like what our species has evolved to become, and like where we are in human history. But justify that to me. Justify it to me. Justify how you can say Gaza should be a theme park. Like, justify it to me. And then tell me, oh, it's money. It's like greed. Is this? But then, okay, justify the support for him. Justify the goodness. Tell me where the goodness comes from your support. You know what I mean? Tell me where it is. Tell me where the justification is with, like, the continued support of somebody who's taking away LGBT rights right now. And for what? It's not like Trump believes in a God. So why do you think Trump's doing it? And then religious people will go, well, I don't know why Trump's doing it, but I'm glad he is because we're winning. You don't think it's suspicious? You don't think it's like shame?
Have self-inflicted that. Very hard to do that. So people started thinking there was more to the story and that maybe the cops just wanted to brush this off because this is an African-American, queer person with HIV. Why should they care?
In the early 1990s, New York City was trying to break the powerful grip of a crack epidemic.
Chat says a lot of people have to be directly connected to care. Some people only care when they have a personal connection. Example, men will only care about women because of their daughters and mothers. I would disagree. I don't even think that matters. I don't think that matters to them. I think some people don't need it to be personal. They need it to be something truly within them that gets rocked. I think some people watch their mothers and sisters and stuff get raped and still don't advocate the way they say. You say you care, but you voted for Trump. You say you care about the women in your family, but tell me the difference. I was assaulted and my family didn't hesitate to vote for Trump. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. One, they don't think it's true. And that's a part of the MAGA bullshit. The part of the MAGA bullshit that's the worst is people don't think it's true, even though it's obviously true. I think people need it to happen. I think they need to have an awakening. I think they need to have a major bubble pop. I think the only way for my parents to see how bad Trump is for them to have their reality shattered. Their reality isn't shattered, right? Like their reality is that Trump is innocent, that the Dems have all these like accusations against him, but none of them are true. The reality they're living in is that Trump is like a perfectly timed, I don't know, fucking religious savior of some kind or some bullshit. There was a miracle that happened in the Catholic Church where Mother Mary appeared to 3 children in Fatima, right? If I'm remembering the details correctly. And she gave the children 3 promises for the world. This is going to sound so fucking stupid to people who aren't religious. And one of those little girls is, I think, still alive, if I'm not mistaken. But one of the promises Mother Mary made is that Russia will be liberated and then the world will be liberated. And so some people think Trump is being used by God to liberate Russia. And so, okay, we're dealing with a very specific bubble, okay? It's you know, so there has to be a bubble pop, like a real bubble. Give them a heart attack. They're so shocked at how wrong they are. Bubble pop. Like it should be a bubble pop so big they might die from a heart attack because their whole world's about to shatter in front of them. That's the kind of bubble pop these Trump people need, including my parents. They need to have a bubble pop so intense that it almost makes them go into cardiac arrest because it will shatter everything along with it. Because if they were wrong about Trump, what else are they wrong about? You know what I'm saying? Girl.
Police were under pressure to reduce crime, including the more than 1,000 murders that were reported every year.
That was a campaign button for Marsha.
But it was intense public pressure from Marsha's friends and political pressure from a city councilman at the time that got her case re-examined later in 1992.
No. Chat says, girl, in which Bible is this written? No. Catholics don't give an F about the Bible. Catholics don't work with the Bible. Catholics work with the catechism, the church. They work with the miracles and updated stuff. Catholics work with like a lot of mystics too, though it has to be church approved. Catholics don't care about the Bible, girl. Catholics get their miracles in other ways. Catholics be believing in all kinds of shit. I just had a memory. I think it was St. Therese of Lisieux, though I could be wrong. One of the St. Thereses is incorruptible. And I remember as a kid, we waited in line hours and hours and hours, couldn't leave line to pee so we could touch the casket of a dead woman because it was holy. And they have the audacity to be like, oh, like people are demonic. Anime's demonic. Though my parents did let us watch anime when we were younger. But other people's families are like, anime's demonic. Ma'am, we are waiting in line to touch a dead body, basically. You know what I mean? It was her bones. It was inside of her casket. We touched the casket, you know, with peace and love.
Investigators ended up changing the manner of her death from suicide to undetermined.
Marsha would not commit suicide. We only got the first page of the coroner's report, and at the same time as the possible homicide was circled. As far as getting information from the NYPD, it's like running into the blue wall.
The NYPD reopened the case in 2012 after renewed public pressure, but concluded their investigation a year later without changing their conclusion from 1992. But Marsha's friends say they believe there would be more answers today if a more thorough investigation had been conducted
definitely.
at the time of her death.
Definitely.
I feel it should have immediately been classified as a potential homicide and investigated as such. 20 years were lost.
Hold on, chat. Chat says, I don't know, Catholics are more chill, at least in America, compared to some more fear-based Christians. You're not chill if you voted for Trump. No chill person votes for Trump. If you voted for Trump, you're not chill. You're the opposite of chill, bro. So don't even tell me this. If you're a Catholic who didn't vote for Trump, then you might as well not be Catholic at the end of the day. Because let me tell you this, okay? The Christians and Catholics that are all like, oh, I'm chill, I'm cool with gay people, then why are you following a man's religion? Why are you following a patriarchal religion? Why are you following this patriarchal religion that you had to literally change the construct of just so you could be a prominent part of the community as a woman? You know what I mean? Like, why are y'all trying to be like, why are you keeping this this bullshit alive? You know what I'm saying? You know? Chess says, I was referring to the mystic touching caskets and shit. I mean, these are miracles that draw in like millions of Catholics. I don't know what Catholics you be hanging out with, but if they're the kind of Catholics that like actually go to church, then you know what I mean? Like, these are Catholics who are by the millions running to the Vatican, going to see miracles, waiting in line for stuff. I don't know what that means. Like, oh, I know chill Catholics. Also in chat earlier, weren't you like saying no, don't become vegan? Bro, you know, what does that mean? You know, that better be a joke. But also, you know, and ignorance isn't an excuse to vote for Trump. The greatest sin right now is ignorance. Ignorance gets people killed. And I'm kind of sick of your ignorance. Not you, chatter, everybody.
Of evidence gone and hard to really get a concrete idea of what actually happened.
Chat says, because I had a vegan phase, been there and done that. Why do you do that though? Why would you come and like shit on someone's experience? I'm not even going to become vegan probably. I haven't decided yet. I'm still debating philosophically. But like, that's not the point. The point is, I'm not going to become vegan, let's be real. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what Future Brain's going to do. But that's not the point. Why would you come and shit all over someone's experience because you think it was a phase for you? Just think about the energy. Think about the energy you're putting out into the world. If people want to be vegan, let them be vegan. And I'm coming in defense of my vegan communities because anti-vegans are the worst. They're worse than vegans. Meat eaters who are anti-vegan are the worst than vegans. I'd rather be with an annoying vegan any day, bro. Actually, I'd rather be with neither of you if I'm going to be honest. But I do think it's interesting how people go, oh, I went through that phase. What do you mean? What? Girl, relax, girl.
One of the biggest events.
Chat says, my bad, I just got here. I just got there. I feel like there's a lot of vegan drama. There is a lot of vegan drama. But I would never become vegan because of the community. That's the difference. And I will say, no hate to this person, I would never become vegan because of the community. I don't give a fuck about the vegan community. They sound toxic. Like every community does, which goes back to our original conversation in the chat. Community. What is the burden of community? Toxicity. All communities have a level of toxicity in them because you have a level of toxicity in you. So we have to think about that. You know what I mean? We have to think about that, you know? And anyone who's afraid of vegan diets in terms of hormones, you better have that same energy for everybody else's diets. With peace and love, everybody wants to scream about vegan diets being unhealthy. Most people have unhealthy diets, period. I don't want to hear you talk about, oh, be careful of this and be careful of that. You be careful. When was the last time you fucking went to the doctor to check your fucking like hormone levels and your fucking blood tests? Go literally fucking, please, with peace and love. Okay? Most people are on unhealthy diets, and I don't see people screaming to help every fucking person. Everybody thinks they're a doctor because they can Google. Relax.
Events that Marsha P. Johnson missed was in 2016 when the Stonewall Inn became a national landmark. President Obama even mentioned the 1969 uprising during his 2013 inauguration speech.
We, the people, declare today that the most evident of truths.
Oh my God. Why does he look so young?
All of us are created
equal. With gray hair.
Is the star that guides us still. Just as it guided our forebears through Seneca Falls and Selma and Stonewall.
When I heard Stonewall in his speech, I fell on my couch. We were so proud, and now people from city, state, or country are coming in.
Aww.
And then they put a gay flag across the street, which is the first time a gay flag has overflown over a national monument in the history of America.
Those who knew Marsha P. Johnson say she left a legacy that can be seen in the advancements the LGBTQ community has made since the 1960s.
I don't believe in any particular organized religion, but I do believe that Marsha P. Johnson is the only living saint I've ever met in my life.
I think the story of Marsha P. Johnson should be taught in schools. I think people need to know about queer icons. They need to know about people before there was a drag race and before there were 17 gay bars in Hell's Kitchen, back when you couldn't even hold hands on the street without getting busted by the cops. And there was somebody named Marsha P. Johnson who was a trailblazer and made a difference.
Wow, I just learned so much. I didn't know how she died or how it was documented. I feel like I just learned so much. I'll go ahead and post that in the chat. Okay, chat, here's the thing I want to encourage you to do. I want to encourage you away from making generalizations about people because something didn't work for you. You said, I had to accept veganism isn't good for humans long term because my brain would shrivel up and I'd bleed and pass out from periods, LOL. Cutting out processed sugar and bread and eating local is better. Yes, something didn't work for you, but it doesn't mean it's going to work for everyone. I'm sorry that happened to you, but the world doesn't revolve around our individual experiences. And that's the problem with conservatives. Conservatives and a lot of vegans literally think their experience is universal. You're not having a universal experience. You're having a biological experience specific to your biological experience. And I need you guys to recognize that. I need people, vegans and non-vegans alike, to understand not everyone's going to work on a vegan diet. Not everyone's going to work on a meat diet. And everyone's going to work on anything. You know what I mean? Like you have to, you know, hold on. Chat says you're a human being. That's what I meant by accept. You said, wait, but you said I had to accept veganism isn't good for humans. You mean good for you. When you say humans, the implication is all humans. I'm just like having a language barrier now. When you say, you know what I mean? Like when you say veganism isn't good for people, which is an argument people make. Like there's no reason to think vegan diets wouldn't work for a lot of people. The science isn't showing that. The science is showing the opposite. The benefits is insane. Ask anyone who's had a cardiac arrest or ask anyone with heart problems, what's the first thing your doctor tells you to take out of your diet? Red fucking meat. They tell you to work on your red meat intake. Like at the end of the day, there's so many things you can eat, but there are things that we're eating now that are bad for us, you know? So I'm just trying to say, like, look, there isn't a universal answer. And everyone keeps acting like they have some universal answer that you do not have access to. Like you just don't have it. And I know that's hard for people to accept because we're born into these bubbles that tell us like, you're born into the good one. We have all the answers. And it's like, you wish you had all those answers, you know? So I'm just like with peace and love, right? Like we don't have these answers. Okay, this is an open discussion. If you guys are just coming in, we're having open discussions on any topics. What's on your mind? What's in your head? What should we talk about? I saw some questions earlier. Chat says, did any of y'all do the wax sympathy figures to pray for your healing? I don't think I know what that means. Do you mean the Incorruptibles or something else? The wax sympathy figures? Like, did you have to make it? I don't know what that's referencing, chat. You know? I don't know what that's referencing. That's interesting. Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. Chat says, did you see the new Casey Anthony video? Bro, I was shook. What is this woman doing on our TikTok? What is this woman doing on my internet? I was so shocked. I was shooketh. I was shook to my core. I was like, girl, get off my internet. Nobody wants to see that. That was cool. I didn't even pay attention to that case very much, to be honest with you. I kind of skipped it. But every time the moment I saw her, I was like, wait a second, I know that face. What are you doing on TikTok? And then she's like, I'm an advocate. An advocate for what? 10 ways how to kill your kid and get away with it? What are you talking about? Bro, the way she literally was like, I'm an advocate. Advocate? Sis, ma'am. Sir. That's crazy. Discord said, here you mentioned meditation and passing a lot. Curious about your journey and experience and types of meditation you've tried. I get that question a lot, and I'm always curious what people mean by it, because you know how every bubble you can deep dive into learn all the different ways to meditate? I don't think like that when I enter a bubble. I enter a bubble, I learn different ways to do different things. This is how I learned how to meditate. I went into a meditation bubble. I read some books and I watched some podcasts, and then I went, cool, got it. And then I went home and I meditated. I saw a recipe on the internet. I just looked at the video, didn't even check the description, went, cool, I got it. I basically get it. Thank you. my brain doesn't like deep dive into these bubbles unless I'm very into it. And I never really went into like the biggest like well, that's hard for me to say because like I read about all different forms of meditation, but I didn't like, my brain doesn't, once I get what I need from something, I go, that's it, that's enough. Next. Now, if I want to go deeper into something, then I research more. Like the veganism thing. Okay. I watch a bunch of podcasts and debates, and then I've been reading an article. Hold on. Someone sent this to me. Where is this? Someone sent this to me. It's from Stanford. I've been reading this. So you see this, the moral status of animals. I've been like going through this. I'm reading this right now to prepare for my veganism stuff. Okay. So I'm just like reading this stuff because I'm like, okay, I'll just like figure it out. I've watched a bunch of podcasts, a bunch of things. I'm still going through this. This is like, because I'm taking notes for everything. It's like a lot. But, I'm reading this. You guys can read it if you want to read it. I'll share it with you. But I think sometimes people want me to like reference the thing. I've read over 2,000 books. I don't know what the fuck I read. That's not how my brain works. Like my brain's just like, I don't know, give it to me. I'll read it. And I'm like, okay, I read that book. And then I throw it and I go, next book, I hope that answered your question. But I learned about deep breathing and techniques for breathing. And then I just kind of went from there. And then anything I watch or pick up, I just kind of go, cool, I'm going to try that when I get home. And then I kind of go like that. That's kind of how I do it. Okay, thank you. Good question, though. Chess says, don't throw your books. Ooh, the way I would like abuse my books. I dog ear. I like write in pages. I'm like a book abuser. I like break the spine. That's the first thing I do when I get a book is I break the spine and I fold it over so it's loose. I don't try to make it too, I haven't had physical books in a bit, but I mostly have been listening to audiobooks lately, but one day I will have a bunch of books again. I will have a fire death trap of books in my house, a library ready to go up at the worst time. I will have that. But yeah. What books did you read about meditation? Who knows? It's been like 15 years. Do you know the last time I read Plato? I was 19. I'm 35. I should go back and reread books. Like I haven't read a lot of these books in 15 plus years. Like I was reading so many of these books when I was like 15 till about like, I think I read most of the books I've ever read in my life between 15 and like 27. Do you know what I mean? I think like that's like the longest, so I have to go back and reread all those books because I remember I graduated high school and I had my own money and I would drive to Barnes & Noble and I'd go to the philosophy section and I would just take all the books and I would buy them and read them. And then I'd go to the library and I'd take out 30 books a month and I would just buy them or get them, read them, give them back. Like I lived at the library. I lived at bookstores. You know what I mean? I lived there, right? I think I just take information and then I have so much in my head. I just kind of am the combination of all of those things I've learned, but I'm not a teacher for a reason. I couldn't tell you how I learned them. Like chat says, did your therapist teach you any techniques? It's generally the first thing in DBT. I don't know. I cannot tell you what I did in DBT therapy. Like some people are like, oh, did you? I don't work that way. My brain I did not get that kind of autism where I can remember every detail of everything. I have the kind of brain that puts it all in a soup and creates its own way of processing all the information. I don't remember. I could not even tell you what we did in DBT therapy, except every week it helped me, or every month I went, or every few weeks, whatever it was. Do you know what I mean? Like there's something about my brain that I'm trying to like authentically explain that might be like, I don't know, either like positive or negative, but I just, unless I'm taking a test, like I take what I learned, I make it a lived experience. Like I really incorporate what I've learned into real life. Ooh, is it ADHD? I do think I have ADHD. I take what I've learned and I make it real. So when I meditate, I think of everything I've learned about meditation and the way that it made me feel when I learned it, and I recreate it in meditation. When I think about DBT, I take every feeling I had when I was in DBT therapy and I recreate it when I do my steps, right? when I think about like what I learned in my life, I take the way that I felt and I like recreate that feeling, or I go back to that place. Like I remember my life through how I felt at the time. And then I remember like, this is how I was feeling that day. And this is what happened because I was feeling this. So if somebody says like, oh no, we were having a great day that day. I was like, I remember feeling different because I was feeling this and I was wearing this jacket because this jacket's texture makes me think this feeling. And this feeling was what I was moving on. Like I remember when I was 3 years old and we were in Big Bear and I was wearing my pink puff jacket with spilled hot chocolate because I had spilled on it. And my mom and dad lost me on Big Bear Mountain. And I remember exactly what I was feeling because I remember the puffiness of the jacket made me feel like grown up. And I remember my grandma going to the bathroom with the kids and my mom and my dad going in a different direction. And I remember saying to my mom, I'm going to go with dad, and mom not hearing me. And I went to go chase after my dad, but I lost him. And my dad didn't know I was following him. And I also remember that I felt really confident because I was wearing my light up Barbie shoes and I was feeling like I could really take on the world. Or like it was a Barbie shoe that I was wearing backwards. I don't know if they were light up, but they were backwards and they were like shiny. You know how they had those plastic shines in the 2000s or the 90s? And then I remember seeing a cop car and saying, don't talk to the cops because don't trust adults, especially cops. I don't know why I internalized that. And then a woman came up to me and she said, are you lost? And I said, you look trustworthy. I said, I can't find my parents, but I know they're here somewhere. And she said, what's your name? And I said, I'd rather wait for my mom. And she brought me into an office with a man and they had Subway sandwiches on the table or some sort of Subway sandwich. And he said, do you want a sandwich? And I said, I don't take food from men. And he said, your shoes are on backwards. And I said, okay. And I switched my shoes around and I waited there for however long. I don't know. But it was my earliest memory. And my mom, from her perspective, says 3 cars full of my first cousins, my family, my siblings, my uncles, my grandma, my aunties are all driving down Big Bear Mountain in California. And my mom says she turns around and she's doing a head count. And she's doing a head count. She's like, wait, like there's somebody missing. And it was me. And my mom says like they had never felt like more fear in their whole life. Got back up the mountain. My mom was running around the street screaming my name. And this woman comes to me and goes, there's a woman with red curly hair screaming your name at the top of her lungs. Does that sound like your mom? I was like, yeah, that's my mom. And then she was like, okay. And I left the office and I looked at my mom and I just remember my mom. My mom's looks like me, but with red curly hair, like really red hair. Like my mom has really red hair. She sees me, she's, oh, Brittany, and she runs and she grabs me. And I just remember thinking like, it's okay. I'm wearing my puff jacket and Barbie shoes. It will be okay. I was not worried. I do not remember crying. I do not remember panicking. I remember being so fucking sure I would be fine. I followed the rules. I didn't talk to the police. I didn't talk to the man or take food from him. And I trusted the one person I thought I could trust, which was a woman. I don't know. I was feeling very confident. I just do not remember anything negative. So I take that lesson that I learned at 3 years old and I channel that Brittany anytime I feel afraid. Cause that little girl, she fucking knew what to do. I don't know how she knew what to do, but she was really confident. She was really, really confident. You know? I remember the sandwiches being lined up on the desk. Like I can see the room. I can see it was like my dad went through 2 bushes. It was like a cul-de-sac, which led me to the cop car, but he was gone. Yeah, I just remember it so clearly. But if you ask me what books I read, I don't know, girl. I don't know. You know, yes, Tiny Brit saying don't take food from a man with confidence. Well, my mom would tell me about stories about how they poison food and how like, if you go into a person's car, like you could disappear. So I was like, okay, don't talk to the police. They have cars and they're men. Don't talk to this man. He has food. And what if it's poisoned? And the woman was the only one I could trust because, you know, I don't know, vibes, you know? But yeah, there was all of this to say, I wish my working memory was better in a sense where I could remember everything I ever read. But I do remember the lessons I learned. I was thinking about a book I read by Pat Conroy. I think that's his name. And I remember I have never ugly cried so hard to a book in my life, but I cannot tell you why. I just remember the feeling I had while reading this book made me feel grief in a way that a book never had. And I can't even tell you which book it was. But I ugly cried reading that book so badly. But I think his name was Pat Conroy. I think because the book, I remember the way the book looked. Yeah, his name is Pat Conroy. Ugh, good for me, girl. Yeah, I don't remember which book it was. I don't even know anything about this person. Oh, all his books kind of look the same. It was one of the books and it had blue on it, but all of his books had fucking blue on them. Yeah, I don't remember which book it was, but I had never ugly cried my whole fucking life. Yeah, I could not tell you what it was. Chat says our Discord said I was talking to my partner about this last night. I collect ideas, let it brew, and eventually an idea that resonates come to light. I consume too much information for all the detail to stick. My intuition always leads me to the right place. 1000% Discord twins. You know, my theory is this. Here's my theory. My theory is because I don't stick to one subject, because I have an interest in a lot of things. I don't give my brain enough chance to really learn one thing in and out. So my brain is consumed with so many different bubbles and so many different flavors of energy. It's really hard for me to like take time memorizing Voltaire, or take time memorizing what Kant said, or take time to memorize Augustine. Like I don't have this working memory that says focus only on these things and don't think about anything else. My brain's like, think about everything always. Yeah, jack of all trades and a master of none. But what's the full quote of that? Because for real, right? Jack of all trades and a jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than the master of the one. Let's fucking go, bitch. Do you know what I'm saying? A jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. I do think I am better than a master of one in life. In life, I think my life is so much better because I'm a jack of all trades. In career, it would be better if I could focus. In school, it'd be really great if I could focus, you know? But I do think my life incredibly benefits from my curiosity and my desire to know about everything. But notice that I never sit here and pretend like I'm some master of something. I just think I am better at life than the masters that pigeonhole themselves into one category. But yet, for functionality, it's very good. I mean, for functionality, it's really a great thing to have one thing you're really good at, you know? Discord said, is that an autism thing? Constantly thinking about everything because I have that? I think it's an ADHD thing. I think it's an ADHD thing, probably. You know? I don't know. Yeah. Yes, chat says, I love that I found you for these types of convos. Love it. Vibes. You know? Okay, I'm sorry if I missed some of your questions from earlier. You guys can retype them in the chat and I can try to answer them rather than scrolling up. Oh, but chat says, Britt, have you read The Body Keeps the Score? I actually listened to the audiobook and I really liked it. Yeah. I really liked it. I thought it was really good. The audiobook was really good. You know? Let's see. Chat says, Brittany and chat, do you guys watch Caroline Kwan on Twitch? I feel like your energy matches up. Caroline Kwan. Let me see. Who is that? Oh, did we watch her on stream one time? Yeah, it looks like I've highlighted. I think we do know her. I think we watched her on stream one time. Yeah, and she was in an episode of Fear and I can't see what her content is in my head right now, but I think we do know who she is. Yeah, I think we do know who she is. I don't watch Twitch, though. I don't like the website. I really don't go on Twitch, bro. You know? Chat says, can someone be a jack of all trades and a master of one? I think the closest you get to that is my dad. My dad, though, is a literal fucking genius, and it's really upsetting that he doesn't realize that. My dad... maybe, because my dad is like an engineer. Well, maybe. My dad likes a lot of things. He's really good at gardening. He's really good at music. He's really good at engineering. He's really good at cooking. He's really good at like so many things, but he is really a master at his engineering craft. Like he knows everything. He does all he's so smart. I can't tell you much about my dad out of privacy, but like he's really smart, Maybe when he's dead I'll tell you like about his life and his career and like what he did. Because I do think like he's really smart. Chad says engineering is just being a jack of all trades. I mean, for real. But like maybe that's it. Maybe my dad just has a desire to do a lot of things. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, Discord said a lot of ADHDers I've known are very disorganized and time blind. You said because you don't identify with them, you're sure you're not. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I genuinely like I relate to some ADHDers, but not all ADHDers. I relate to some autistic people, but not all autistic people. I am definitely a very specific flavor of neurodivergency, which everybody is, right? But nothing is a monolithic experience. You met one ADHD person, you met one person. You met one person with autism, you met one person. Like we're all so different and unique. Like if I do have ADHD, which I'm pretty sure I do, it doesn't manifest in the same way that it does like my partner or my brother or other people in my life. Like there are some ADHDers I know who struggle in ways that my brain doesn't, but I think that's because I'm a Taurus. I actually think my personality plays a huge role in the reason why my neurodivergency plays a different role in society than somebody else. But maybe that's the way that I was raised. I'm not sure. But my personality type really like my partner says my greatest skill is doing things anyways. Like doing it anyways. It's not perfect, post it anyways. You're too tired, do it anyways. Like my greatest skill is that I do it anyways. You don't feel great and you don't want to do it today, do it anyways. You're battling chronic pain, but you do it anyways. Like, and I think that's true. I think my greatest skill in life is doing it anyways. But I'm still not as disciplined as other people I know who do it anyways when I'm sitting there napping. So, yeah, I'm resilient. I think that's what I am. I don't even know if it's disciplined so much as resilient. Or I just keep going anyways. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say. I think knowing your personality type is key. Knowing where you are, knowing what you're heading for is really important. And I think not thinking you're going to overperform. Like there really is a dream that America sells that we're all one step away from being like billionaires. You're not close. You'll never be a billionaire. New plan. I had a sibling of mine be like, I'm going to be a billionaire. I was like, no such thing as an ethical billionaire. You'll never be a billionaire. And they said, yeah, but if I reach for billionaire, maybe I'll be a millionaire. Do you know that's how I used to think? When I was really young, I used to think, well, I'll reach for millionaire status and I'll get something less, but at least I'll reach high. I learned, and this is something I had to learn, and I told my sibling, I was like, okay, bro, I get it. Like you're on a journey. This is what I learned. Reach for the attainable and move within reason. Every time in my life I tried to reach for more than I could ever achieve, which was illogical, I failed. Once I started logically moving towards goals that were reasonable, they became reasonable. Even if to this day, I unreasonably plan for things I'll never be able to accomplish. Like waking up tomorrow and saying, I'm going to get up at 5 a.m. every day. Girl, that ain't never going to happen. Nobody's waking up at 5 a.m., girl, okay? But that's at most what I overpromised to myself. Now I try to be as accurate and realistic as possible. Can I make an extra $100 today? Can I make an extra $20 today? Can I make an extra $10 today? Can I make an extra, instead of saying, I'm going to make an extra $500 today, can I make an extra $20 today? $20, more than achievable. $100, questionable. $500, impossible. Don't be silly. Very improbable, Very improbable, right? Chad says, today I've learned that there are two types of ADHD. Intrinsic and extrinsic. Hold on, I gotta Google this. ADHD. What is this? Mm. It's about motivation. Extrinsic. True, I heard Dr. K explain the differences between men and women for ADHD. Huh. Interesting. I'm gonna have my friend's gonna come on a live stream in a couple months. And we're gonna go over my birth chart. So we could kind of have fun and go over it with you guys. Because I don't know anything about how to read it, but they know how to read it better. And then we can talk about it together. Yeah, like internal versus external. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. There's a bunch of articles on like Psychology Today, National Institute of Health. There's a lot of articles about it, though not as much as I had hoped. But yeah, I mean, ADHD, neurodivergency is so like, all of this is so specific, right? It's all categories, you know? But yeah, she read my birth chart a while ago and it was really fun. It was really great. And then I asked her to come on stream with me in a couple months when we line up. And I said, would you go over it with me? And she said, yeah. So she'll come on. We'll go over it. It'll be fun. Let's see. Women tend to internalize symptoms more. This is why there are a lot of undiagnosed women. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, I'm kind of like wondering about the biological perspective of it. Like, I'm not convinced it's like man versus woman. So much of the raised as a man, raised as a woman, and also personality types, I think play a huge role in it. Like, what does this mean? How are we having a relationship with it? Because I am fascinated at like a world that recategorized people. I wanted to make a video about recategorizing the world from a gender perspective, but different, because I do feel like we categorize people into very limited categories. I would just love to see a world that categorized people differently. And there would still be a majority, like there would still be probably, but see, we don't know enough about people. That's what I'm saying, guys. We don't know anything about people. Oh my God, we do not know anything about humans. Like, that's what's so exciting is like, we think we know so much. We don't know anything. When I say anything, I mean, we know some things, but we just don't know enough. So it's kind of exciting to see like, what would the world look like if we knew something more? That's why I'm so disappointed to see this administration be so anti-science and so anti-education. Look, education institutions have problems, right? Like, we know that, but they're still the ones being curious and doing stuff. And so we have to explore it with that curiosity and move forward. And then outside of these institutions, there are individuals doing it. I mean, that's what I'm doing, right? I'm like in my own way, experimenting with curiosity. And in no way do I have this like idea that I would be a part of like some system or something like to like, oh, Brittany's going to present her work. It's more like for my own satisfaction. I would love to know what I could figure out, you know? Chat says knowledge is scared to see me. I love that. Yeah, like I'm so excited over this idea of like, ooh, what if we recategorized people? That's why I don't mind like people having these like different beliefs. I think it always does bother me though when people want to limit those beliefs and say like they're universal. Like you're doing the same mistake everyone always does, which is assuming that you have some universal answer for a universe we don't even understand. You know? What a limiting experience you're having. And I just want to participate with you. I think that's really the message I have for the world is like, I don't want to participate in your limited belief, but I appreciate you. You know, I just don't want to trap myself in that belief. And that's always going to happen if the premise of the belief is this is always this way. Life always moves in one direction. Like, you know, it can't be universally true. But I will say some things can be true enough that you don't have to argue them you don't have to reinvent the wheel every year. But for some humans, maybe that's our cycle. Maybe that's our continued cycle, as it should be, is maybe every so often we try to reinvent the wheel. And Dr. Stone, the anime, so it's been like 3,000 years, right? Since everything existed. And it takes like, I think 2,500 years for plastic to break down. And I was thinking about that because my partner pointed it out like, oh yeah, there's no infrastructure. There's no trash. Where are all our trash piles? Well, it actually like went away because it won't go away now. Like every item, like I don't remember what it was, but like this basket, you see this basket? One day this basket will just be in a landfill somewhere. This basket will never not exist. It exists now and it will exist forever. It will break down over, a couple thousand years or whatever. I don't know what that's made out of. Plastic probably. But like thinking about that makes me so much more aware of like what I'm buying and what I'm throwing away. You know, even though we throw away a lot, I feel like now that I'm keeping track of like how much I throw away, I was like, girl, why does it feel like we throw away so much? But a part of it is that, like you break stuff. Like I broke a glass the other day and I was like, no. And I was like so frustrated and I broke a glass and I was like, now we have to throw this glass away. And that was frustrating. But like, yeah, that's like half the trash is like you break something or something finally gets worn down. But then where does it go? Some things get burned up, but then things just end up places. That's fascinating to me. And then that makes the vegan argument pretty damn good because the planet is being definitely impacted. So then it's like, okay, well, let's help the planet. Go vegan. Definitely going to help the planet. Going vegan 100% benefits the planet. That is just like objective at this point. Like there is just no negative to the planet to be vegan more than it is doing what we do now. Right? Kind of crazy to think about. So if you're like really interested in like planet sustainability, vegan for sure. But does it always have to be vegan for sure? Not necessarily. Like I think about it all the time. If we changed how we did things, we wouldn't necessarily have to go vegan or have to do anything. But we didn't. We abused it as a whole. I'm fascinated by that. You know, we really, as a whole, as a species, like we just break everything down. But then we build it back up again. Isn't that cool? I know it sounds really negative, but I actually think it's really awesome. Like we break it down and then we put it back together. We're like kids. We like put our little puzzles together, then we break them and put them back together. Except we're adults and we're dealing with people's lives. Dit Squirt said, I find I struggle with not overworking myself as a chronically ill person with a desire to work. I think it may be both. Oh, well, first on that point, I will say like, yeah, I mean, some people just don't have the option, right? And then some people always have to learn the balance. I have to learn it all the time, let me tell you. Chat says, Brittany, what are your thoughts on the Love is Blind season so far? The men specifically and the allegations against Alex. I don't know what you're talking about because I haven't finished episode 2. I'm sorry that it's taking me so long. I just like, I'm so booked on the weekends with my calls and I'm so booked with everything. I can't, there's like no time in the day, but I will get through this Love is Blind. I just recorded the BoJack episode for the end of season 2. So I'll get that up in the next 24 hours, BoJack for members. And then I'm just going to do Love is Blind until I'm done. And then I'll keep going. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just like it's hard for me to do it all just because I don't have enough hours in the day to edit and to do that stuff. But once my calls are done, peace and love, it will free up my weekends and I'll have those days to edit and upload and stuff. But also I'm going to be doing it throughout this week. I'll get it done by the end of the month. You know what I mean? The calls are finished this month and then April I'm free, but I'm not going to wait till April to do Love is Blind. I'm just like slowly getting through it. I'm sorry about the the time that it's taking, you know? Chet says, I thought you ended calls. I did end calls, like no new callers, but my last batch of callers to leave this month. Yeah. Chet says, Bray, this comes back to my previous question. What do you think about Love is Blind and the men actively not contributing to the community via politics and community? Oh, what do you think about this Love is Blind and the men actively not contributing to the community via politics and community? Wait, I don't understand that conversation. What do you think about this Love is Blind season? I don't know what that means yet. I don't think I've seen enough of the season to understand the question, maybe? Am I missing something? Referring to Ben and Sarah? Ben and Sarah. Is that the gay girl? I only know their first date, so I don't know what happens after. I don't know who pairs up. I don't know any spoilers. Lots of the men are not participating in politics, men not caring about marginalized communities. Oh, well, I'll say generally, women have always been generally community members. Like women have always been at the base of every movement. Even when men act and take all the credit for the movements, usually they're created and supported by women. Women usually, you know, are the backbone of every movement, literally. Even, and I hate to say this, but even patriarchy or white supremacy or anything else, believe me, me, men could never do it without women. So, you know what I mean? Don't think like white supremacy is a man's job. White supremacy could never succeed without women. That's how powerful women are. Even racism needs us, you know? It's not funny, is it? It's not funny. But you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, like, women are the backbone of community, you know? And the people who play the role of what women would play. So when people were isolating this thought about a gay gene, it was thought that maybe people are gay to take the role of people who didn't need to have children but could be caregivers. So it's very feminization of the gay community. And there was a theory that maybe people are gay to play that supportive role in community and to fill the void in which there couldn't be, like, people couldn't make it up with the numbers. And I think that's kind of funny. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's kind of a funny idea. But I think ultimately, regardless of gender, if we played to our strengths, people would be doing different things. Supportive roles, main roles, all roles are all roles. I don't even know if I believe in the concept of a supportive role, if I'm going to be honest. Like, even the concept of a supportive role is to like downplay the contribution everybody is making, but you kind of need everybody to make the role. And I think the idea of a supportive role is in one way to make people feel good about the quote little they're doing, but also to make people feel better about all of the things that they're doing, when in reality, like, everyone contributing is what matters. So I feel like supportive roles are just as important, but I think we kind of demonize them, you know? I think that's the problem. Chat says gay people don't have the urges for procreation. No, they do. Obviously, that sentiment about the gay gene and why they were there, like, that's not proven or anything. That was just a theory people were throwing out. But gay people have a desire to procreate and make families all the time. There are lots of gay people who want families, lots of them who do have families, and I'm obviously worried for them. I think, was it Iowa? Which state just turned back rights for gay marriage? And I know Michigan's up for it too. I'm exhausted, right? How are we doing? Lawmakers in at least 9 states have introduced legislation to turn back rights. And then this Republican guy keeps seeing his face everywhere. He's annoying me. Yeah, there's so much I feel like I have to keep up with right now, which we all do. But it is interesting. And men, like, homophobia could never work without women on their side. And of course, tokenized queer people. Yeah. All right, last minute thoughts, ideas, concepts that you want to cover before we head out today. Great conversation today. Really enjoyed going over that weird freaking bubble, bro. Weird bubble, okay? With these, I don't like any of them, okay? But like, I'm glad we went over that stuff with Daniel and Naomi. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. I also, you know, one of the takeaways I want to hone in on while I have you here is that idea in my Trump podcast. And I want to remind people that, like, there will be life after this. That's why you have to plan for your future. Because regardless of how bad it is right now, people still have to survive and keep going, right? Think of any atrocity in the world. There were always survivors. And those survivors went on to be people that still needed to function within society. And so regardless of how the world turns out, if you are a survivor, whatever that means, then we have to be prepared for that future. And I think a lot of us will be survivors. I think there will be a lot of survivors. And we, as a lot, have to be planning for that. You know, I don't want you to give up preemptively. I don't want you to give up at any point. You know, I want you guys to keep going and keep planning for your futures because you deserve it. You deserve to plan for a future. And you certainly have the possibility of it right now. Okay. Chet says, are you off Tim Dillon? Bro, I haven't watched Tim Dillon in a long ass time. I saw he had on Steve Bannon and it was a big turnoff for me. I haven't watched Tim Dillon. Oh my God, did you see what happened? Okay, first, I haven't watched Tim Dillon in a very long time. Like over a year probably, right? Did you see what happened with what's his name though? I've been off him for a while too. Ever since this election came up, I haven't watched any of the boys. The election really turned me off to the boy comedians because they're all misogynists, and gay men are not an exception to this, obviously. So fuck Tim Dillon. But Theo Von tweeting out about Zelensky, I've never seen a man be more disgusting to me than Theo Von. Like, obviously, I'm being hyperbolic, but Theo Von is such a loser. I've never seen more of a loser in my life. Oh my God. Like the way he just sucks Trump's dick, bro. Literally. He tweeted out and then deleted it, apparently, allegedly. He tweeted out that, like, how dare Zelensky come to the White House and act rude to our president and ask for money. Zelensky isn't asking for money. We're like, this is, as a person, as an American living in Europe, I love you. You know, it's one of those things where, you know, our family, obviously, we're thinking about it. Like, we're like, okay, what if Trump is like, every American has to come home? If you're really an American, you would never live overseas, especially in that gross place called Europe. You better get over here right now. Like, what are we going to do? If, you know, we're waiting, our tax treaty between Croatia and the U.S. apparently is on hold because they had an allyship and now there's tension. I don't know. We're trying to keep up with it. I'm paying professionals to deal with it. Obviously, who knows? Who knows what will happen? Like, I don't know. Everything we thought was going to happen isn't necessarily going to happen. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I have to go in for my visa renewal. Hopefully that happens. But I asked my partner, like, what happens if they separate us? Like, what happens if I do have to go back to America? What if they deport me? It's like, we think about that all the time. Like, and he won't be able to come into America. Let's say, like, what do we do? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Like everybody else has to figure it out. And some people, I'm in a very privileged position compared to a lot of people. So like, we'll figure it out. You know what I mean? But it's going to be interesting because he's pissing off the world right now. And, you know, we all live in that world. So fingers crossed. You know, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But the tariffs are fucking everybody up, you know? What are you going to do? You know, Chad says, Britt, how long do you think it would take to break all the tropes we've created around people? Boxes like women do X and queers like that. We'll never break it off. It's a huge advantage in communication. I like tropes. I am a trope. We're all tropes. I just think we're often miscategorized as our tropes. I love being a trope. I think it's so cool to know who you are in the story. I just think people are really bad at knowing which trope you are because they're prejudiced and bigoted. I think tropes are a wonderful way to communicate with one another, to categorize, to say, oh, this is the kind of gay I am or the kind of whatever I am. It's like, it's as long as it's allowed fluidity, I think it's beautiful. I think the issue is people want stagnation and they want it to be the same always. But I love being tropes. I love being categories of people. You know, I love looking at my character and being like, that's which one I am. That's the one I am. Oh, like when you watch an anime and you're like, which character am I? You know, like, oh, there I am. You know, Chad says, but do you think tropes are fluid and we're too rigid? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think the fluidity is always the issue. Same with gender and orientation. I would love to live in a world where orientation was allowed to be fluid, where you didn't have to come out as gay or straight or anything. We could just say like, oh, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm like non-binary right now. Oh, I'm like a man right now. Oh, I'm like this right now. It's like, okay, like the fluidity for the moment in time you exist, but then also to ground yourself. I don't want to lose people. I think sometimes people lose themselves to the lack of structure, which is why we need consistency, structure, and community. We do need structure. What's the structure based off of? Education, knowledge, good mental health. Education, knowledge, good mental health. You have to have good mental health. That's the point. Because it grounds you for being able to perceive information correctly instead of losing yourself to the options. Because look, if iPhone companies have to limit how many options you have about design because it overwhelms you, how do you think you're going to feel if you realize all of these things are fluid? Like all these things are fluid, whether you recognize it or not, but most people don't engage with it because it's too much of an overload of options. I understand why it's overwhelming. One step at a time. Find a foundation, crack the foundation. Find a foundation, crack the foundation. Build, not the core foundation, but the foundation that allows you to keep going, to build off of it, to be something more interesting and more connected to the depth of you as a core. You know, solidify your core self and build off that foundation and then be okay breaking it apart and doing something more. Look, I understand people want to brag and say like, you know, oh, I've been this person for 50 years. It sounds great because consistency is wonderful. But sometimes consistency can look like stagnation. So make sure you know which one it is. I am consistently growing and changing. That is my consistency. So that means to some people, I look very inconsistent. Like, oh, Brittany's always changing her mind. Brittany's always growing, but I am consistently growing. And that I know about myself. But some people, they take pride in their consistency being their stagnation because now it looks like they're stable. And I agree to some extent, like you definitely don't want to be the kind of person that's like, you know, never solidly reliable. But reliability can look like growth, you know, in different ways. So you got to figure out who you are in the story, you know? Chet says, why do we think we idolize consistency? Because it's really, really useful. It's really, really safe. I also rely on consistency. I think consistency is very important. I mean, they've done studies on this. Structure, community, and consistency are the three things human beings tend to thrive on. The reason religious communities get voted as the happiest in their life more than atheistic is because they have those three things. You have to have those three things. You have to have consistency. The consistency should be about growing, or if it's going to be about stagnation, define that stagnation. Because look, if you're, you know, Muslim for 100 years of your life, that's a consistency. I might see it as a stagnation, but maybe they grow within the Muslim bubble. So now they're not stagnant in their own bubble, but they're stagnant in my bubble. But in their bubble, they're actually been growing. They're more confident. They've been to therapy. They're well-rounded. They're thoughtful and loving and great for the community. So stagnation is also going to be subjective. I think stagnation is going to look different in my bubble than other people's bubble, you know? But I would say that generally, universally, stagnation when it's bad is when you've become a burden to yourself and the community at the same time. That form of stagnation, absolutely not. Level ones, baby, absolutely not. You know? Yeah, absolutely not. Chet says, would you not say grit is more important than consistency? Consistency can be redundancy. Grit is perseverance. Just a thought. Yeah, but we don't always need grit, but we always need consistency. I can think of scenarios where grit comes in handy, but like consistency is more important. You're really peaceful. You're in a privileged position. Everything is great in life. What do I need grit for? I need consistency now. I don't need grit just to do my normal life. I hardly ever use grit. I mean, when I use grit, it's because I'm doing something like pushing through. But if I use consistency, it's like showing up every day, which could also need grit, but not always, right? Like, isn't going to be, there's just not everyone needs to be resilient every day. But I think you still need to be consistent. You know? Chet says, wouldn't you say you need grit to be peaceful in a violent world? No. Maybe not. Hold on. How are you using the word grit? Let's look it up. Small courage and resolve, strength of character. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me recontextualize. Recontextualizing. Yes, but it's not always active, right? Like, you don't need it to be. Well, because like you would need grit every day. You would just need it the days in which it was hard. Right? Let's see. I think we perceive grit as something only needed for hard things, but I think grit can apply to anything. Sure. Definitely. I could see that. Yeah, for sure. I think I could see that for sure. Yeah. I don't think that's a bad way of thinking about it. You know? Yeah, I do. I think I fall into the bubble where I see grit as when you use it for like tough times. So, but if we use it in that idea of like strong resolve, because look, okay, hold on. Let me show you. Let me show you. Hold on. Da 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 da. Okay. Let me pull this up. Hold on. So, okay. Do you see this? Do you see this vibe? When this is my vibe, and this is often my vibe, where's the grit come in? You know what I mean? I try to make my life as much of this as I can. Do you know what I mean? This is vibing. I do this a lot. I do this every day. Vibing, you know? I try to make sure this is my, you want to call it meditation, you can call it chilling, vibing, whatever. Okay? When I'm doing this, am I in grit mode? Now, when I have to get up and fight the dragon that came around the corner, that feels like grit, maybe. But also, I could see grit being used for this as well, maybe. You know? Yeah. Hold on. Chat says it's harmful to think you need a specific gender or belong to a form of sexual orientation. I believe everyone should accept fluidity in every aspect of life. I can't black and white it with you like that, chat. Maybe you mean something different. I don't think it's always harmful to need a definition. In parts of my own gender journey and life, I needed those relationships in that time. Because we have to remember that we still have to go on a journey. Like we still have to go, we can't just wake up and know our gender, know our orientation. For some of us, it's a journey. I think about late gays. Like I was on TikTok and it was like people in their 40s realizing they were gay. And I was like, whoa, that's late, bro. But that's someone's journey and I don't want to disrespect it, right? Because like they might not have been raised, it might not be because they're raised a certain way. They may be actually having like a biological experience in which those parts of their brain weren't even enacted enough and to have that relationship, right? So like, I kind of think it's cool. You know what I mean? Chat says, I'm Swedish, so I'm so sorry if I came off as ignorant, but I mean like we should accept everyone and let them make their own decisions. Oh, well then we're on the same page there, girl. No, you're great. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't also misunderstanding you as well. That's great. I'm in a 100% agreement with you there. I think, okay, so with that said, then we agree. I think we should let people go on that journey and accept where people are on that journey. But yeah, like I was watching, 40-year-old women realize they were into women. And I was like, whoa, because I knew I was into girls as like a kid. You know, I take for granted being a kid gay, like being gay as a kid. I take for granted that I've known my whole life. Like I've known that I was into girls the same amount of time I've known I was into boys. Like there wasn't a discrepancy. Like for me, there wasn't a time where one came before the other. It was just both at the same time. Right? So but I always denied it. I denied that I was bisexual for a really long time because I thought I had to pick. Because in my bubble where I was raised, there was a choose. What are you? Are you gay or are you straight? And I was like, so I chose gay because I thought that was more realistic. But now I just realize I'm pansexual. It doesn't even matter, you know? Okay, book recommendation from chat says amazing book about grit by Angela Duckworth called Grit. Okay, I will look that up. Putting it in my book notes, which is just a doc with all my notes. Okay, love that. Thank you. Sailor Moon indoctrinated me. Girl, my mom made us stop watching Sailor Moon when her cousins came to the cousins. Because you know how they were cousins in the American one? The cousins came to town. My mom's like, they feel like lesbians. I was like, they're not lesbians, they're cousins. And then she realized like, oh, they lesbians. I'm just dying. I'm dying. Chat says, have you ever read the Bisexual Manifesto? I don't think I have. No, I actually don't think I have. Wait, what is this? Wait, why do I feel like I do know what this is? Wait, let's Google it. Do I know what this is? Oh my God. Wait, what is it? $1990? No, I don't think I've read this. Bisexual Manifesto, the fully transcribed Bisexual Manifesto from anything that moves beyond the myths of bisexuality, 1990. Oh, I don't know why they put it on a black and white. Oh, my eyes cannot handle this. I will look into this. I don't think I've ever read this. This does not look familiar to me. Okay, interesting. Oh, I love this. Good recommendations, guys. Chad says, have you ever had a hallucination not from drugs? No. I do not hallucinate. I do not auditory hallucinate. I do not hear voices. I do not experience hallucinations. The closest you get is that phenomenon that happens, which I think is like an eye thing, where like sometimes I can see shadows in the corners of my eye because of the way my eye, but I looked it up and they said that's just that's like, I need to go get glasses, which my doctor told me to do like a billion years ago. You know, my doctor did tell me to go do. But no, I don't experience hallucinations. My mom asked me one time if I've ever experienced like a spiritual, religious situation. Like, has God ever spoken to me? And like, no. I had one experience where I was coming out of a dream and it felt really, really real. But I'm chalking that up to a dream. Though I did talk to my priest friend about it. I was like, is it the devil? And he's like, no. And I was like, I'm over it. It's a dream. But no, like I don't have those experiences. Yeah, I don't. No, not me. Yeah. Mm-mm. All right, girls, I think we did it. Chad says, did you know there are rare tactile hallucinations, which are hallucinations you can physically interact with? I didn't. Did you know in different parts of the world, they react differently to hallucinations and schizophrenia, and those people have better relationships with it than in America? Did you know that it is specific to America that schizophrenia, hallucinations, and auditory hallucinations tend to be violent? Do you know in other places around the world, they're not violent and people do not freak out about it? And some of those people end up being like categorized as like mystics or like people that like are just like a part of the community, but also like they have better ways of coping with those things because it is at the end of the day kind of like a biological experience, right? So America's population is so riddled with violence. Like I don't think we understand how violent of a country we come from. Like guys, school shootings, 300 school shootings, like that's not normal. That's not happening anywhere else. So when America tells you all these other countries are so violent, all these other countries are so horrible, it's not normal. We are exceptionally violent as a nation, but because we're so big and spread out, we don't experience the violence we're all experiencing. I mean, there could be something happening on the East Coast and the West Coast isn't even feeling it, girl. There's something that could be happening in California that Colorado has no idea about. You know what I mean? So we just take it for granted, I think, how big of a country we are physically, that we forget there's like there could be riots and fucking protests in one city and the 2 cities over, you wouldn't even know. That's just America for you. But yeah, we are exceptionally violent as a country. And so our mental illnesses will manifest through that violence. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, I'm very fascinated by all of that. That's what I'm saying. The world is what it is. But the world isn't America. And remember that. The world is just a place. And as somebody who has immigrant parents, you can immigrate. It's not easy, by the way. And I know I say that like it's easy, but it's literally not easy. And it's scary. And to be honest with you, I don't even know if I'm going to do it. I mean, I'm going to do it, but I don't even know if I'm going to die here. It does feel strange to die in a country that I wasn't born in, but my parents did it. How did my parents do it? I don't get how my parents are going to die in a country they weren't born in, but they're going to, and they love America. Yeah, I think I just want to feel comfortable being old somewhere. Being elderly somewhere is scarier to me than being young somewhere. I think that's what's hard for me is I don't know how to be old anywhere. And so I'm concerned about that in the long run. I don't know if I could feel good being old in a country where I don't feel like I get it. I feel like I could be alone and single in America and get it. But I understand America. I can't tell you how much I feel like I understand America. I really feel like I get it. Like I feel so smart there. Like I feel so confident. But everywhere else, I don't feel that confidence. So it's hard for me to imagine myself alone, like in Croatia, like if my partner dies and his family dies and it's just me. Like, I can't even understand what my life looks like. But if I'm in America and my whole family dies and he dies and it's just me, I'm like, I got this. Like, I feel so confident. I feel so confident. You know what I mean? We'll see. We'll see what happens though. Who knows? Okay, with that said, great stream, great convo. For the remaining 3 days of stream, I will have focused content for you, you know? I really appreciate you being here. Great conversation today, and I look forward to the next one. Vegan podcast, though, most likely this week. I'm almost positive it's going to be this week. And that means Tuesday is going to be the vegan stream. So get ready, girls, okay? Get ready. It's going to be a big one, okay? It's going to be a big one. All right. Talk to you soon. Talk to you tomorrow. Bye-bye. 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 Bye.
What's your favorite scary movie? You tell me your name, I'll tell you mine.
I don't think so.
Why don't you want to talk to me? What's that noise?
Popcorn.
You making popcorn?
Uh-huh.
I only eat popcorn at the movies.
Well, I'm getting ready to watch a video.
Really? What?
Oh, just some scary movie.
Can I be the helpless victim?
Okay, let's see.
No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.